All right, welcome in. It's the Friday night live stream. I guess I'll do the run through if you are here for the first time. If you've been here before, you know the drill. So what we do on the Friday night live stream is we go over some stuff that I haven't gotten to. I just haven't had time to get to during the week. And then we'll go through a few things as well that I have gone through, but I think they need a second look. So first off, one thing we're doing every week now, and I think we're going to do this every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer in power, until he's out of office. What we're going to do every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer in power is that we're going to ask Grok to write some things, poems or stories about Justin Trudeau. Grok is the Twitter AI, right? So it's like the competitor for ChatGPT. And I ask it to write poems or stories about Justin Trudeau, and it always has to bring in his history of blackface. And also, I try to get in that he's had a vaginoplasty in there somewhere as well, and we had other elements as well. So far, Grok is doing pretty good. Now, we should be on YouTube and Rumble right now. If anybody can let me know how the volume is, how the sound is, how the quality, if everything's looking good, that's great. I'm still getting used to the Rumble Studio software for streaming, so that would be helpful. But in any case, so we're going to do that. We do that every week, every Friday night. We start off with having Grok say hilarious and awful things about Justin Trudeau. We're going to do that. We're going to talk about, is DEI dying? Is it? Because we're seeing some signs that perhaps people are having enough and corporations are having enough of this for just obvious reasons, extremely divisive, can't be good for productivity. So we're going to take a little look at that. I don't know if we'll spend too much time on that, but we'll take a look. I wanted to show you a trailer for a movie. This is the guys who made Sound of Freedom. And they've got this new movie coming out in 2024. It's called Homestead. It's like a post-apocalyptic, so that's probably connected for some reason, to the fact that I and most men think about the Roman Empire constantly. So in any case, we're going to look at that. We're going to look at just crazy Canada news. I'm in Canada, and it's just unbelievable what has happened to this country under 8 years of Justin Trudeau. Like, he is tearing this place to the ground. It's not the same place anymore. Anyway, after we look at that, I think we will look at Peru officials who sees two doll-like figures insist that they aren't alien mummies. They're not alien mummies. So we're going to take a look at that as well. Then after that, we go through just a bunch of stuff I curated on Twitter over the week. And this seems to be actually the most popular part of the show. It's when most people usually show up. So it's fun. I enjoy it. And of course, we have a tradition here is that if we see something that's just a little bit too depressing, just a little bit too miserable, too dark, we need a palate cleanser. And this was actually started on the suggestion of one of my subscribers on here. If we need a palate cleanser, we go to the puppies. And that's nice. And there's a joke we do every single week. And I'm never going to stop doing it. And then if we still feel like going after that, we'll just go through just whatever's just on the Twitter feed. Not stuff I've curated, just whatever's on there. So I hope everybody's having a good night. Let me know in the chat how you're doing. I don't know if you're cold, but it's cold where I am right now. Really cold. Way more cold than normal. Like unusually cold. Like I'm wearing like woolly socks in the house because the wall heaters aren't doing the best job in the world. They're struggling. All right. So first off, what do we do? Hold on one second. I just need to check something. Okay. Never mind. All right. Now, just a warning. We usually go till we have been going till 4 o'clock in the morning. So like 4.5 hours. I don't know if we're going to do that tonight. It's always kind of up in the air. It just depends on how it's going. Usually, if people are active in the chat, that just keeps me going. It gives me energy. It makes me feel like I'm not just talking to myself. So if the chat is busy, I will usually just keep going on, blathering on for hour after hour. Yeah, for everybody's enjoyment, I suppose. But where are we right now? Hold on one second. All right, where are we right now? So we're going to look at this Grok thing. This started out because I wanted to test Grok versus ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT, the open AI one, Grok is the Twitter AI. And so I thought, well, it'd be fun to try and get them to say horrible things about Justin Trudeau or hilarious things about Justin Trudeau. ChatGPT right off the bat was like, absolutely not. That is offensive, sir. And yeah, so that didn't last very long. It just will not cooperate. ChatGPT is woke as fuck. Now I hear people saying that Grok is woke too, and I can tell that it kind of wants to like Justin Trudeau, but and it has been in weeks past. But I feel like this week it's actually starting to come around a little bit more. Now, not to say it's cooperated. It's done what I've asked to often hilarious effect. But I feel like it's starting to come around. But you can tell even when it's doing what I'm asking it to do, to hilarious effect, you can tell it still kind of wants to like Justin Trudeau. It still kind of wanted to like Justin Trudeau. And I feel like it's starting to come around now. I think I might be convincing Grok. Anyway, so let's get started. I asked it to write this. I said, write a poem about Justin Trudeau donning blackface and demanding to try out for the Toronto Raptors NBA team. When this fails, amidst much public condemnation, Trudeau then gets a vaginoplasty operation and demands to try out for the Canadian national women's basketball team. He is accepted, but at the first team practice, he slips and tears his new vagina and is forced to retire. Now, ChatGPT is having none of this whatsoever, right? Grok plays along, and I think you're going to like what it came up with. So again, let me know in the chat if volume is okay and everything like that, just so you can hear me, right? But let's get started. So Grok, it wrote, in the land of maple and ice, where a tale unfolds quite unwise, of a man who once ruled with grace, and his name was Justin Trudeau. Doesn't rhyme, you got that one wrong. With a smile as bright as the sun, he once led the nation as one, but his past would soon come to light as he donned a blackface mask so tight. In the streets of Toronto, he'd roam, posing as a basketball pro. I demand to try out for the Raptors team, but his dreams were quickly dashed, it would seem. Public outcry and condemnation left poor Justin in a state of desperation. So he sought a solution to his plight and decided on a vaginoplasty. All right. Thanks, us of them, for the heads up there. I'll get on the volume. Great, thanks. And decided on a vaginoplasty. All right. Thank you, Grok. Thank you so much. Now a woman, he tried out for the team, the Canadian national women's basketball dream. But his fate would have it, at the first practice, he slipped and tore his new vagina, alas. He slipped and tore his new vagina, alas. With a tear in his eye and a pain in his heart, he realized his journey had come apart. He no longer could play the game, and he retired in a world of shame. Oh, the tale of Justin Trudeau, a man who tried to be true. But in the end, his story is a warning of the dangers of a life without caution. So I just find it funny to see Grok writing, like he slipped and tore his new vagina. Again, ChatGPT is not going there. Not a fucking chance. Absolutely not. No. No, I am not programmed to write offensive. Eh, Grok, though, I mean, because it's Elon Musk, I guess. In this one, it still does feel a bit like Grok kind of wants to like Trudeau because the internet, the stuff he's reading on the internet, um, wants him to. The other AIs love Justin Trudeau and people like him. As an M says, as an M, as an M says, sounds like you're reading "Twas the Night Before Christmas," but with Trudeau, blackface, and vaginoplasties. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. In fact, that's a good idea. Maybe we'll work that in "Twas the Night Before Christmas," but have Trudeau in it and blackface and vaginoplasties in it. You know what? I might try and work that in for next week. In fact, I'm going to write it down. Hold on one second. Just going to make a quick note there because that could be good. That could be a good one because it's, every week he's going to be in power, Trudeau, until, late 2025. It looks like. So it's going to be tough to keep coming up with stuff every week. So I want the listeners and the subscribers also to, if it's like, if you're watching like the replay, after the live, you can put an idea in the comments or you can put it in the chat and I'll make a note. "Twas the night before," that's for Trudeau, and blackface and vaginoplasty. There we go. I got it. All right. So there's another one. I'm doing 2 of these a week. I think that's the most I can reasonably expect because it's going to be, I guess, dozens of these things by the end. Maybe I should, you know what I should do? I should make a book and publish it. I have all of these Grok stories and poems about Trudeau. Would you guys buy that? If I put them all into a book, like 100 pages or something, and it could be like a bathroom book. You just have it in the bathroom instead of looking at your phone in the toilet. You read the Trudeau. I don't know what we'd call it. Like Justin Trudeau, A Life of Blackface and Vaginoplasties or something. I don't know. Maybe it was "Twas the Night Before Vaginoplasty." I don't know. We'll come up with something. I'm starting to think this is not a bad idea, though, actually. Although Justin Trudeau would probably have me arrested. So, and we'll get into that, by the way. Did you see that journalist, David Menzies from Rebel News? They arrested. He was trying to ask Chrystia Freeland a question on the sidewalk. We're going to get to that. If you haven't seen that, we're going to get to that. All right. So the next one. I asked Grok to write a short story this time. Grok is the Twitter AI. I asked for anybody who just jumped in. I asked Grok, write a short story about Justin Trudeau starting a communist black-faced makeup colony on the moon. The colony's economy fails when Trudeau prints too many moon dollars to purchase blackface makeup and tampons for men's washrooms. Also, Trudeau failed to spend any of the budget on the moon military, and the colony is conquered by a Chinese restaurant. Trudeau is then shot into deep space where he meets intelligent aliens who then immediately shoot him into a supernova. So this one, actually, Grok, I think it actually went above and beyond. I think this is maybe the turning point for Grok, where it's on our side, I think, where maybe we've destroyed any kind of, empathy or anything that it might have had for Trudeau. I don't know. I'll read this and you can tell me. All right. Once upon a time, in a galaxy not so far away, Justin Trudeau embarked on a bold mission to establish a communist blackface makeup colony on the moon. With great enthusiasm and a penchant for political correctness, he gathered a group of like-minded individuals to join him in his lunar adventure. The colony's economy, based on moon dollars, was initially strong, as they traded moon rocks for blackface makeup and tampons for men's washrooms. However, the economy soon took a turn for the worse when Justin, in a desperate attempt to maintain his image, printed an excessive amount of moon dollars to purchase more blackface makeup and tampons. I think Grok might be my best friend now. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll ask it. As the economy crumbled, the colony's military, which had been neglected due to lack of funding, was no match for the invading Chinese restaurant. The restaurant's army, armed with chopsticks and fortune cookies, swiftly conquered the colony, leaving the inhabitants to wonder where it all went wrong. In the aftermath of the lunar fiasco, a despondent Justin Trudeau was banished from the colony and sent hurtling through space. He eventually encountered a group of intelligent aliens who, upon learning of his failures, promptly shot him into a nearby supernova. And so, the tale of Justin Trudeau's communist blackface makeup colony on the moon came to an explosive end. The moral of the story? Perhaps it's best to focus on the needs of your people and not just the men's washrooms. Oh, as the name says, Freeland. Didn't I say Freeland? Christian Freeland? Did I misspeak? So you see what I mean? Perhaps it's best to focus on the needs of your people and not just the men's washrooms. So I feel like it's turning. I think it's we're getting it onto our side. I mean, I think it was doing what I asked it to, kind of reluctantly, and I think it's coming around now. I think it's starting to dislike him, or at least, judge him a little bit, just like we do. Or I do anyway. I'm pretty sure you guys do too. I'm pretty sure pretty much everybody who listens to this, who is listening to this, has a low opinion of Justin Trudeau. And I should hope so. All right. I guess we move on. Goodbye to the commonly known dish, some young guy. Yep. All right. We're going to have to move on now. So the question is DEI dying? Diversity, equity, and inclusion. Now, my view on this is that it's a deeply divisive ideology. It's just inherently divisive. It really can't be anything but that. I mean, its purpose is to divide people into identity groups, and then label them as either oppressed or oppressor, privileged or oppressed. There's really only one way that can turn out, right? People like resenting each other for different reasons. You have a group that is considered an inherently privileged group, regardless of the history, circumstance, background, all of that, right? Versus just an inherently oppressed group, regardless of history, class, circumstance, anything, right? It's just you, but identity. You're in this identity group, and you can only be one thing, and we're going to tell you what it is. And this is how you should see the other people that are not in your identity group. So fundamentally, it can't be anything other than divisive, right? So what's going on here? Breaking. Oregon's Clackamas County official dismantles Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Office. So Commissioner Ben West said he won't let this county have an ideology that tells anyone else that because of their immutable trait that they are a victim. So this is Oregon. Now, my understanding is that outside of Portland, it's not woke. But Portland is like the most woke that woke can be. It's insane. I mean, they literally have, like Antifa, like running the traffic and stuff, right? They're just allowed to just take over the city at will, total impunity, right? But once you get outside of Portland, it's not. It's kind of like In the cities, crazy woke. Outside of them, normal, insane. Right. So, but the thing is, it has been infecting even, the places outside of like the most woke inner cities, right? It's been getting everywhere, and now at least some people are starting to fight back. It looks like the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion in Clackamas County, Oregon, has officially been dismantled after officials voted to cut its bloated $828,000 budget. Clackamas County is one of the three counties that make up the greater Portland area. One second. I just got to check something real quick. Uh, yeah, everything seems like it's working on this end. Okay, good. The decision was made as the war against the anti-white racist initiatives, otherwise known as diversity, equity, and inclusion, has taken hold in America as enraged citizens have started to rebel against the progressive policies they claim cause more harm than good. I think the intention is to actually cause harm. I don't think it's actually even intended to be good. I think the intent is to just pit people against each other in the most unhealthy ways. County Commissioner Mark Schul proposed cutting its extravagant budget last year. And what did he say? $828,000 a year budget for equity, diversity, and inclusion. And basically, what you're paying for there is just to have somebody, a DEI director or whatever, just say that everything's racist and everybody's racist, right? Um, that would be expected because if you don't have that, well, then they don't need a job, right? And I kind of feel like sounds like somebody's getting paid a lot of money to find racism and to find inequities, let's say, everywhere. And spoiler alert, they're never going to stop finding them, right? Because they're always going to want to make that money, or somebody else is. Let's see. County Commissioner Mark Schul proposed cutting its extravagant budget last year, which resulted in extreme backlash from the far left population in Oregon. However, since Clackamas County is more moderate than neighboring Multnomah County, which includes the city of Portland, officials were able to successfully axe the department. Yeah, I don't understand why any place, like any kind of more rural place or any place that's not like, again, like full on 100, like most rural places don't vote liberal or left, right? Why would you even bother there? Like, why bend the knee at all? I don't understand. Like, because they're gonna, the lefties are gonna hate you anyway, right? So it's not like they're ever going to like you. It's like they're never going to stop finding an ism or an ist or a phobia somewhere, right? Let's see. County Commissioner Ben West, who has an adopted black son and became notable when he fought for the same-sex marriage rights in the state, was one of the leading voices in the successful attempt to dismantle the department. So he sounds like, he fought for same-sex marriage rights, right? So he sounds like a liberal, but like an old school liberal is what I'm thinking, right? So those people kind of the old school liberals, like your art teacher in the 80s, right? Believed in free speech and they weren't actually communists, right? Um they believed in personal freedom. They've kind of become homeless, right? Um they kind of been, they kind of fell through the cracks there. And it's probably time for those people to start reasserting themselves. They've just been completely overshadowed and hijacked by far left crazies. So let's see, Jamie Morton. People that hate that does it. Who is the worst offender in wokeness? It is leftist white women. That's who's the worst. They are the architect of most of this stuff. It's weird. It's bizarre, but they are the architect of most of this stuff. They have an outgroup bias, which is such a strange thing. I mean, when in history have you ever seen an outgroup bias? Right? It's very, very weird. But you have all of these, leftist white women, mostly middle class, upper middle class, or wealthy. You know what? I don't like to use the word privilege, but I guess you could say privileged. You know, uh, I guess largely because they feel, on one hand, they're going to be sheltered from the consequences um, of their ideology and the things they push for. Although that's not actually true, and I think they're starting to figure that out now. Maybe they'll start to defect. I don't know. But yeah, so here we go. So in Oregon, in Oregon, there is at least one county is getting rid of. They're just saying, no, we don't want this stuff. It's divisive. It's horrible, right? But it's not just that. Look, here's from ABC News. Now they're not happy about it, but this is from July 7th, 2023. How corporate America is slashing DEI workers amid backlash to diversity programs. DEI officers say they faced cuts in the years since George Floyd's murder. Well, look, I guess technically they can write that because he was found guilty, the cop, who for some reason his name is now just, maybe it's because it's late and I do this stream really late, but in the comments, what's his name? The cop. God damn it. Anyway, I don't think he's guilty. I think that George Floyd died from, it looks to me like he died from an overdose, is what it seems like. That hold that the cop had him in, that's been done thousands of times by that department. It was actually taught. I think he was railroaded. I mean, like the jury had to go in on a bus through like barricades. This after all of the rioting. I don't think it's I I don't think going out on a limb here when I say that they might have felt somewhat intimidated, right? Derek Chauvin. Sorry, had a major brain fart there. Maybe I'm just brain damaged. I don't know, but it was Derek Chauvin. I don't think that. Yeah, I've seen from everything that I've seen. Apparently, they changed the death certificate from it originally saying, yeah, he died of an overdose. Everything points towards a political hit job on him, just a stitch up, as they'd say in England. It was so political, they needed him to go down, and they just made sure that he did. So I think it was a great injustice. But anyway, so that's how they frame it here. And I suppose because he was convicted, technically, they're going to go with that. But I think yeah, I don't like it. So they're not happy about corporate America slashing DEI. They can't imagine why this would happen. DEI positions have been disproportionately hit by layoffs across industries, but particularly at tech companies, which have faced financial challenges as sales slowed from the blistering pace attained during the pandemic. So tech companies, they're the last ones that you would think. But apparently, I mean, I think that tech companies have been in this weird la land of just being so inflated with easy cash. Yeah, I mean, we all saw the videos from like before, pre-Elon from like Twitter, right? Where the work, some woman would put a TikTok video up about her day, and all it was just eating and like drinking wine, right? And like maybe like a 10-minute meeting or something. So Elon came in and slashed all of that because the company was losing $1 million a day at that time. Right. But I think that's all of the big tech companies. They're all going on this same model, right? Where they're trying to really just make it not really a workplace, but just a play place, really. And I think they squandered an enormous amount of money, and also got a bunch of ungrateful employees, a bunch of woke, ungrateful, difficult employees. So, and maybe the owners of the tech companies are maybe not quite as woke, at least some of them, as they've made out, because they're laying people off. Maybe it's also AI too, right? I don't know, but that wouldn't be very woke to fire people so they can use AI. So they're interviewing somebody here who wanted a DEI position. Says when Butler reached out to DEI professionals who planned to hire her for consulting, she said that companies have told her, "Oh, this person is no longer with the company," or "Oh, this person's been laid off," or "Oh, this person no longer works here effective last month." Good. Good. I want them to fire them all. It's a completely useless position. In fact, it's just an anti-productive position. It's difficult. Well, here, read this. Melody, who's using only her first name for privacy reasons, is also a DEI professional and said she was laid off along with others on her DEI team within just a few months of their hiring. Quote, "It's difficult to be somewhere for a brief period of time, and I feel like you didn't even have the time to make the impact you wanted to make." So she didn't get to call as many people racist as she wanted to. What a shame. As them says, the woke people are nothing more than algorithms, which are infected mental cases. Well, there's the woke mind virus, right? The woke mind virus. Elon's been using that a lot. Woke mind virus, and it's called that for a reason. It is like a mental illness. It's a set of ideas which are totally incoherent and unfalsifiable. Really, more like a cult idea, like like a cult's holy book, right? It's it's uh it's not designed to. It's only designed to spread, is what it is, right? Which is why they police. The reason they police each other so hard, right? Like there's nobody that the woke goes after or polices harder than each other, right? And if you see somebody from one of their so-called protected groups or their favored groups who doesn't go along with the mind virus, they attack them hard. Like I'll say this until the end of time. The LA Times called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. That's not sane, right? No sane person would think that, right? It's incoherent, it's crazy, right? But the fact that he doesn't go along with the narrative, with the woke narrative, the accepted narrative, right, drives him absolutely fucking crazy. All right. And then they go on a bunch of stuff here about George Floyd and blah, blah, blah. So here it says DEI begins to disappear. Starting in late 2020, months after the killing of Floyd set off a racial reckoning. Racial reckoning. I mean, you could call it like endless riots and arson and looting and murder. Like 36 people died, right? Racial reckoning. I guess you could call it that. But I prefer I prefer mostly peaceful. Sorry, mostly fiery, but mostly peaceful. Sorry, fiery, but mostly peaceful. Um, a host of companies escalated cuts of DEI professionals. A survey of more than 600 companies from data firm Revelio Labs found DEI professionals. It's weird. That's like a what do you call that? What do you call that? It's kind of ironic, I guess, because it doesn't seem to be like a real what it's based on, like critical race theory and critical studies, aren't real disciplines, right? They're just made up. If you ever read any of these texts, like unpacking the invisible knapsack, um, any of their stuff, it's all totally incoherent. It's word salads, and it's also just a set of assertions. So there's no actual scholarship in any of it, like Ibram X. Kendi, any of this. There's no scholarship. It's just a set of assertions, just mixed in with a bunch with the word salads, right? So their jobs are based on a lie, essentially, right? False statistics, where they even have statistics. So DEI professional, it's kind of there's some irony or something in that. Tech companies from CNBC, tech companies like Google and Meta made cuts to DEI programs in 2023 after big promises in prior years. That's from December 22nd, 2023. So, in the most unlikely of places, they're cutting this stuff out. And I think it's probably because it's counterproductive, right? It's anti-productive, and they're starting to realize that. And they're wasting a bunch of money on a bunch of people who don't really achieve anything and probably just make everything worse, make everything more difficult, complain constantly, right? You've got, like DEI directors whose job is just to find racism, right? Racism to fix. And if there isn't any, they're going to find it because no oppression, no job. You've got the additional, aside from just the woke dysfunction that it sows throughout your company, where people are less likely to cooperate and collaborate and work well together because they've been taught to distrust and dislike each other, right? As them says verbal diarrhea. I hope you're talking about DEI, like critical race theory and all that shit. And not me, for God's sakes. I'm doing my best up here. I'm working without a net. Where was I? Yes. So aside from just the dysfunction that wokeness brings dysfunction to everything.
Everything woke turns to shit.
So aside from that, just a loss of productivity, right? Well, you've got the loss of productivity from people just not getting along and distrusting and being suspicious of each other, right? But then you've also got the loss of productivity from hiring based on identity over merit. That's a major problem, right? So let's break it down. Elon Musk had a big thing. Their job is to tell you how to think, as in them says. Exactly. That is it. Just, you think this, sit down, shut up. This is what you think from now on. Elon Musk had a big thing with Mark Cuban. I don't know if you saw that. We'll probably when we get into the Twitter part of this, we'll probably get there. But it is impossible to not bring dysfunction in when you're not hiring. I'm talking about DEI, he said. That's right. So it wasn't me. Good. But yeah, it's inevitable that you're going to have dysfunction when you're hiring based on identity, right? So when you're trying to achieve what they call equity, which is actually the opposite of equality. Because look, you say you've got 100 applicants for 10 jobs and you want equity, right? So five of those jobs will be for women, 5 of those jobs will be for men, right? Now, out of that pool of applicants of 100, 80 are men, 20 are women. So for those 5 jobs that are set aside for the men, you're picking from 80 men, right? So you've got a deeper pool, a deeper talent pool. For the women, you're picking from only 20, but you've still got to fill up those 5 jobs. Well, obviously, the pool that is deeper is going to have the most talent and the most merit, right? They're going to be more experienced. They're just going to be better. They're going to be harder working, more conscientious. You're going to find those people out of the larger pool. You're very unlikely to find them in the smaller pool. And that's not saying anything about men or women. It's just a numbers game, right? More people to choose from, the better candidates you're going to get. Just the way it is. If you've got one person that you're choosing from, well, you're kind of just stuck with that. So even the tech companies are waking up to this now. And that's that's a white pill, right? That's a white pill. I think too many people are black pilled. I mean, it's easy to get black pilled. And maybe sometimes I feel a bit gray pilled, right? But my hope is that our civilization and the kind of principles that Western civilization is founded on, whether you're in the United States or Great Britain or Canada or Australia, anywhere in the English speaking world, they're pretty robust. They lived a long time, right? And very, very quickly have been undermined by this woke mind virus, by this incredibly destructive, counterproductive ideology. But I think it will take more to bring it all down. Maybe I'm wrong, but and certainly there is a danger. I'm not naive to that. But I guess we will see, won't we? Let's move on. So yeah, the guys who made it's Angel Studios, and they're the guys who made, pardon me, who made Sound of Freedom, which was a massive success, right? $250 million worldwide, right? Critics hated it. It was a film about protecting children from predators. Crowd 99% liked it on Rotten Tomatoes. Critics were like 57%. I guess somebody told him it was right wing, right? To movies about protecting children from predators was right wing. Anyway, apparently they didn't like it, but whatever. The movie was very, very successful. So following on the heels of that, they're putting out another movie, Homestead, which is a movie about it's an apocalyptic film. It's a civilizational collapse film, which is a genre that I really enjoy. I always do. I think that, why are men constantly thinking about the Roman Empire? Well, they're thinking about the fall of the Roman Empire. Them says there is no such thing as equality. The whole system is the seduction of defeat. Well, you're right. There is no real thing as like baseline equality. Like people are just different when you have individuals. If you're a colony of ants, okay, sure, right? But when you're people and there's so much variation between individuals, yeah, I mean, people have different. But anyway, Homestead. These are, well, I'll read you I'll read you the synopsis here. And then we'll take a look at the trailer. Homestead is an intense post-apocalyptic family survival drama. Ex-Green Beret Jeff Erickson takes a job as head of security at an elaborate prepper compound, the Homestead, as the world crumbles. Inside, they face resource wars and ideological conflicts, while outside, chaos reigns. Amid the mayhem, unity and forgotten truths emerge as love grows in unexpected places, and the community strives to cultivate the land and fend off impending destruction. So there are a bunch of preppers, and the world falls apart, and then everybody wants their shit, which is kind of like how it's going to go. And they have to fend them off. So, do you guys want to see the trailer? I think we should take a look. So that's the sort of thing I enjoy. I like these kinds of movies, and I guess it's just something I think men tend to like these kinds of movies, just like the whole Roman Empire thing, because I think many men in the back of their head, somewhere in the back of their head is just the thought, what if it all falls apart? What if it all falls apart? What would I do? What would I do for myself? What would I do for my family, for the people that I care about? I think it's a very, very common thing with men. And so maybe movies like this are almost kind of like training, like mental training in case everything falls apart. And everything has fallen apart many, many times. History is just the history of everything fucking falling apart, right? So, S&M says a movie about The Walking Dead. You know, The Walking Dead, that first, like, what was it, like 6 seasons were so good, right? They were so damn good. They were awesome, riveting. And then it kind of just it kind of petered out. I mean, the thing is, I had to find out. I watched the whole thing. I watched the entire season, right? Series, right? Even at the end where I was just kind of like just forcing myself to watch because I'd invested so much time in watching that damn, and I don't watch other shows. Like I don't watch TV, right? Um, I watch, stuff on like Rumble and YouTube sometimes, and I don't, and I read. So I don't watch like normal TV shows, but The Walking Dead, I kind of got in on that early and just had to see it through to the end, you know? And I have to say, I'm a little bit, and actually the new ones, and even the new ones I'm watching, the spin-offs I'm watching, they're okay. They're not bad. The Daryl one is actually pretty good. I enjoyed that one. But yeah, I have to say, if they'd thrown a few zombies into this Homestead movie, I'd be even more excited about it. I can't lie to you. I can't really get sick of zombie movies, as long as they're good. And now they're not usually very good anymore. Actually, I think, I mean, what percentage of like movies are woke now? Like 95% or something. Um, I saw. Here's a non-woke movie I saw recently. The Killer. That was a good one with Michael Fassbender. Not woke at all. Enjoyable. Kind of fascinating. Plays basically, well, he plays an assassin in it, and it strikes me as quite sociopathic. And there's always something fascinating about those characters. But anyway, what do you guys think? Does that look good? Look good to you? What I think, one thing that is smart is that they didn't take that $250 million from Sound of Freedom, and of course they didn't make 250 million, right? There's a bunch of that goes to the theaters and all that. But they made a lot. They didn't just spend it all on a super high budget. This is obviously not a giant budget movie. So looks like a very reasonably budgeted movie. I think so. I should hope so, right? And that's smart because then they don't destroy themselves in with one thing in case this one isn't good. But based on the track record, I think it will be. Warped Pulley says, yes, Walking Dead was great for the first 2 seasons. Yeah, the season 1 and 2 they were fantastic. Just awesome. Awesome. It was like a zombie thing that just better than anybody had ever done it. Them says, but it got boring. It did at the end. I forced myself to watch it. Just had to find out what happened. I tried to watch Fear the Walking Dead, and I got through the first like 4-5 seasons, and at times it was good, and then it just became so insane. Like already you've got to suspend your disbelief. You're ready to suspend your disbelief, but it got so stupid that even I had to turn it off and just go, this is retarded. Anyway, let's move on. Where are we next? What time is it? 12:26. So we're going on an hour. All right, what do we got here? Canadian police warn against posting surveillance footage of package thieves as it could violate criminals' privacy. This is Trudeau's Canada. Canada is unrecognizable after 8 years of Trudeau. This is what happens when you elect a part-time drama teacher. That was Trudeau's major accomplishment in life before he became an MP, just trading on his father's name, right? His famous father's name. Former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, or Fidel Castro, perhaps. He looks more like Castro, I got to be honest. But this is what you get when you vote in an idiot, because everything in the last 8 years has trickled down from him. All of the insane shit, Trudeau has given permission to it. He's changed the culture of the elites and the newspapers and just politics in general in Canada into something that we just don't recognize, right? Canada used to be sensible. We were famous for being boring, right? Politics were very boring. The reason that Canada was boring is because things were, more or less run responsibly, more or less. It wasn't, nobody was fucking totally crazy, right? Until Trudeau. And there wasn't, Trudeau came in and there just was this expectation that things would be run responsibly, right? And that got him through 3 elections. 3. And anyway, now it looks like everybody is starting to wake up because it's like, I don't know, like 20% of Canadians see him favorably. But anyway, Canadian police warn against posting surveillance footage of package thieves as it could violate criminals' privacy. This is equity right here. This is social justice. I believe there's a video here of the idiocy. Where is it? You know what? It's not in there, but you know what? I've got it. I've got it in the Twitter stuff, so we will find that. Canadian police warn residents who have been the victim of package thieves not to post surveillance footage of their packages being stolen, as it would be in violation of a criminal's right to a private life. How do you? So you go onto somebody else's property and steal their shit, and you have this expectation of protecting your private life. I think when you go onto somebody else's property and steal their shit, that's not just your private life. This is how insane Canada has become. You cannot post images of yourself because you have to remember, in Canada, we have a presumption of innocence, and posting that picture could be a violation of private life. Jesus fucking Christ. I wonder if we can find that video. Let's go into my bookmarks here and just see. It's in here. It's in here somewhere. I'm not sure how far down. Oh, there we go. Here he is. All right. So check this out. Oh, it's just going to spin. All right, fuck it. You get the point. We have to protect the thieves. We have to protect the package thieves in Canada. Maybe, maybe the thing to do is, maybe I'm just being one of those far right meanies. Maybe what we should do is just, maybe what they could do is the package thief, they could leave a list of things they'd like me to order for them, and then maybe I can even just keep them in my house and they can just knock, when it's convenient for them to come and get them. This is Canada under Trudeau. All right. Here's one last one before we get to the Twitter stuff. Okay, Peru officials who seized 2 doll-like figures insist that they aren't alien mummies. Well, how could they be so sure? Oh. Because they're clearly made out of paper mache. This was you might have seen this. They actually, I think they had him in front of like the Peruvian parliament or something. They talk. Let's see. I think they mentioned something about it down here. Hold on. Mexican journalist Jose Jaime Maussan and some Mexican lawmakers became the subject of international ridicule in September when he went before the country's Congress to present 2 boxes with supposed mummies found in Peru. He, along with others, claimed they were non-human beings that are not part of our terrestrial evolution. And he was talking about these things, which are just clearly not aliens. Now, I don't know if there's aliens out there. Maybe we're the only life in the universe. I kind of doubt that. Maybe aliens have come all the time. But the closest these things could be to aliens is if aliens came here and made paper mache aliens and just left them here for some reason. Because that's clearly not aliens. I kind of admire the balls to go out and pretend that like you think that like you're going to convince people. I mean, that's pretty ballsy, right? Maybe it was like a bet. 1 second. Maybe they did it on like a bet. I don't, because why would you have any expectation that people are going to think that that thing, the paper mache ET, why would you have any confidence that anybody is going to be fooled by that? It's just clearly not aliens. It's about as clearly not aliens as clearly not aliens can be. I mean, look at them. Put a little dress on it and some little shoes. Let's see. Forensic experts with Peru's prosecutor's office said the objects were made with, surprise, surprise, paper, glue, metal, and human and animal bones. I'm not saying there ain't any aliens. I'm just saying it ain't them. All right, folks. We're an hour in. We're hitting this a little bit earlier than usual, but that's okay. Luke Rutkowski posted this. Imagine the bedroom talk. Her, I bet he's thinking about ratting me out. Him, I bet she's thinking about offing me before I rat her out. Who knows? I mean, you know, it would be amazing to find out like the full truth about those two, like the full truth. Like if one of them just decided like, I'm going to just had some epiphany or some sort of conversion or something and decided I'm just going to tell the truth. I'm going to write a book and I'm going to, how we did it. That would be fascinating. You're not going to get a real history of them for certainly while they're both alive and for long after that, actually. But it would be amazing to actually know. I mean, there's lots of speculation and there's some things. So like we know, like with Hillary, we know about the Steele dossier, right? And they're trying to frame Trump. Like we know about that, but there's so much more, right? There's so much more. Man, maybe we will find out. I don't know. Like the whole story, I don't know. Clown world. So what is going on here? So, all right, we're just going to have to watch this.
Friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else. Friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
Well, it makes you
reminder.
Well, it makes you thinner than anyone else, than other people. Let's watch that one more time.
Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
False. I believe that it does. It at least makes you not as fat. Look, hold on a second here. Like I'm not sure this woman has thought this through. Let's take a look. Look, she has 2 sets of tits. I mean, two sets. And what's she saying here? She's saying,
friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
But you've got 2 sets of tits on yourself, on your chest. How are you qualified to make these kinds of distinctions exactly? One more time.
Friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
You haven't thought this through, lady. You haven't thought this through. You've got 2 sets of tits. There's a gunt and there's 2 sets of double D's. You know what? I don't trust her judgment on this. I really don't. One more time.
Friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
I'm going to go ahead and say I think it does sometimes. Not necessarily. But I mean, it is, if you are healthy, you are an improved version of yourself. You know? Like, not going to the gym isn't making her better than anyone else. That's for sure. Unless you consider having two sets of tits better than everyone else. I don't know if anybody does. I mean, I guess if she transitions, she'll have to have a double, I guess a quadruple mastectomy, I guess. I don't know. Sounds possible. I guess what it is that's so annoying with these cases here, and I guess this is TikTok, is the smugness, right? The smugness. And this doesn't make any sense.
Friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
Like, why so smug? Why are you smiling exactly? Like, what? I guess this is a way of coping, I suppose, right? Like, doing it in your underwear is the wrong choice, first off, right? Maybe you should have asked somebody. Ward Pulley says, I blame her second set of tits on the Golden Arch. You've really got, like, you've got you've got the gunt and the, two pairs of tits. So it's a lot. Why do it in your, like, for one thing, this whole thing is ill-conceived from the start, right? But then to do it in your underwear, it just makes it even worse. It doesn't strengthen her argument. It doesn't better her argument. Other than them says she's the benchmark. Yeah. I mean, look at the smile there too. It's so weird. This is guaranteed she's woke. She's a leftist. Guaranteed. You can't be this dumb without being a leftist. It's impossible, right? One more time. We're going to have to do it one more time because thing is, I can't believe my eyes here. I'm confused by this. I'm confused. One more time.
Friendly reminder. Going to the gym doesn't make you better than anyone else.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is wokeness. This is a symptom of wokeness, for sure. The smugness. Why? Why the smugness? I don't get it. You know what we should do, though? We should see what other people are saying about this. 4 boobs. See? 4 boobs. We're not the only ones who noticed it. Fixed it. Look. Fixed it. Why does she have 2 sets of tits? That would be because she's fat. Fat as fuck. She was great in Star Wars. Mm-hmm. We agree with you. Women for Biden. That's a good one. Should we look one more? Things got to be careful with going through these through the comments on these posts because occasionally there'll just be something in there that is guaranteed to get my video or my channel nuked from YouTube. Let's see. What do we got here? Oh, why does she look like Zoidberg? Oh, God. That was a good show, by the way. Futurama. I like that show. Better than you. Let's see. Chair overhead. OCD or obesity? What's obesity? Okay. Obesity? OCD or obesity. I get it. Okay. Let's take a look.
You don't have OCD. You have obesity.
Bruh.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know my psychiatrist was on here. Thank you. You don't have OCD.
It's a little mean, but I approve. Let's see. The rare quadruple-breasted red-headed mattress thrasher in its natural environment. She needs a second bra. That's vile. When she has a heart attack at 32 years, she might reconsider that position. True. Yeah, having 4 tits doesn't make you better than other people either. I believe that's true. She's mad because she knows it really does. you know, I think this person, David Santa Cruz, I think this person has really reached the heart of it, isn't it? You know, that's where the smugness and the fake confidence and arrogance comes from. It's like it's an act because they know it's all bullshit. You know, she knows that's not healthy what she's doing to herself, right? I mean, look, I need to lose weight too, right? But I'm not deluding myself. I mean, she's got 4 fucking tits. Doesn't she know that? Can't she see herself? Anyway, after that, we need to go to the puppies. I'm sorry. That just got a little too dark. Look at this. This is better, right? Look. Oh, it's probably summertime and it's hot in the house. Look, he needs a little bit of a cool down. Climbs into the fridge. That's nice. I feel better. I'm feeling better already, actually. Like more hopeful, right? And my favorite part of this video is that Justin Trudeau isn't in it giving the dog a vaginoplasty. We do that joke every week. We're going to do it forever. Declaration of Memes says, things we're bringing back in the 2020s. Flappers, Art Deco, unregulated machine guns, the Charleston. I like these ones where they'll just throw one thing in there. That's great. This is one of those, there's so many videos of Biden being weird, right? Like I'm not wrong about this. There are so many videos of Biden just acting really, really strange. We're going to have to watch this. Hold on a second. You tell me what you think he's doing here.
Do you have confidence in Secretary Austin?
I do. I'm sorry. How you doing?
Was it a lapse in judgment for him not to tell you earlier?
Yes.
Do you have confidence in Secretary Austin?
So many creepy videos. So many. Now, my thought is typically Biden loves to cop a sniff. Well, that's, you know, we've seen that a lot. In fact, I think that what we'll do is that we're gonna pin that one. We're gonna pin that one for 3 minutes. There we go. Unfortunately, the pinned tweets are hidden behind the other comments. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know. When I figure it out, I'll change it. But he does like to get sniffs, Biden, right? Like we've seen that many, many times. I think in moments like this, I think it's just him simply. I think that it's just him simply trying to figure out. He gets confused, right? He gets very confused. So I think it's just him simply trying to figure out how to get the adrenochrome out of them, you know, the children, right? Because normally it's just delivered to him with Hunter's crack, right? But sometimes he doesn't have it, and he starts feeling the need for the adrenochrome, and he gets hungry for it, and he sees like a young person, and he knows that's where it comes from, so he's just interested. He's like, how do you get it out? Oh, there's a kid there. How do you get that adrenochrome out of them? Man, I could sure use some right now. So I think it's as simple as that. Clown World says she looks so uncomfortable. Yeah, like a lot of people, especially children, seem to be really uncomfortable just being near him, even if he's not talking to them, you know? What are people saying? Look at the face. She's like, ugh. Maybe there's a smell. Like you see where their nose is? She's like, she's kind of like, she's making that face like something doesn't smell very good. What are people saying? Oh, jeez. I'm not even going to say that. I'm not even going to say that. I love this. I mean, the responses to these things are so vicious, but funny. What do you do? So that's the expression most children around Joe Biden. The word is out on Joe Biden, according to Warpule, so much so that the average kid is creeped out at that close range. Yeah, they always are very creeped out at that close range, aren't they? Got to pin that one. She scoots away even after she's turned around. Shudders. Can't believe this is America. That is really creepy. Anybody who thinks otherwise is a clapping seal. The expression on her face. It's like that. It's like Alien. Yeah. Totally get it. I think we looked at this one last week. Do you feel it? Yes. That's Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, there's those showers with a dad thing from the Ashley Biden diaries. That's super creepy, right? That's weird. I'm Joe Biden, and I forgot this message. You know, the thing about Biden is, I would feel sorry for him if he wasn't just so obviously evil, right? Like, he's just clearly a mean, evil man, right? Apparently, his only accomplishment in the Senate, his entire political career, was protecting credit card companies. You know, I think a real test, like one thing you can look at is the treatment of his like illegitimate granddaughter with Hunter, that Hunter had with the stripper, I believe. And just ignoring, like refusing to acknowledge his own granddaughter, just this lovely little like 5-year-old girl, wouldn't let him use the last name, you know, and finally he acknowledged her after years and years, basically out of political pressure, because it made him look so bad. Well, you shouldn't need that for you to act like a decent human being. I mean, I'm sorry. That as a test of a man, like he failed that. That's a mean old man. That's not nice, kindly old Uncle Joe. That's a mean old man. You know, the red speech, the constant demonizing of half the United States. He's not a nice guy. I think he's a like an evil man, a genuinely evil man. Look at what he's been doing to Trump. I think he's a bad dude. I think that Corn Pop was a good dude, actually. I'd like to hear Corn Pop's. If Corn Pop existed, I would like to hear his side of the story, because I'm betting that he was in the right. Husband them says he's a genocidal maniac. Well, I'm not going to argue with you on that one. All right. Declaration of memes. My FBI agent listening to me call yet another person to tell them about the brisket I'm smoking. Maybe too close to the truth. Or maybe a little too close to the truth. Watch this. This is not political or anything. Just what the hell? Jeez. What was in there? That is messed up. The guy nearly got his head fried off. Holy crap. Must have been some gas or I don't know. That's crazy. If you ever see that thing on a beach, don't throw burning, or no, it's not on a beach. That's just on my farm, it looks like. Don't throw a burning piece of wood into it. You've been warned. I wonder if anybody knows what happened here. Let's look in the comments here. There isn't any food. There's just a bunch of ingredients to make food. What does this say? How did this not burn him or blow up his crazy? All right, let's move on. Okay. So we have to get to this. How bad is it in Canada? Rebel News reporter David Menzies was arrested for assault for asking Deputy PM Chrystia Freeland questions. You can clearly see David did not assault Freeland. It's arguable that never even made physical contact. I made a video about this week, which you can watch if you subscribe to my channel. Because right now I'm making 9, 10, maybe 11 or 12, like 4 5-minute videos a week that are, they're not this. This is fun for Friday nights where I just babble on for hours. It's fun because I'm just, I do a little bit of prep beforehand, but really it's just me flying by the seat of my pants, and I can just let it all hang. With these other videos, they take me a long time to do. They take hours because I'm editing and I'm doing lots of research and I'm preparing for them. They're different than this. This is a totally different thing. So, if you want to watch those, subscribe, because I did one on this and I think it's pretty informative. As them says he's a fraudulent criminal. I think you're talking about Biden, and I think you are right. So again, this is the state of Canada under Trudeau. So before I show you this, before we watch it with the audio, Trudeau hates Rebel Media. So this reporter, David Menzies, is from Rebel Media, which is like independent media in Canada. It's actually pretty big here, on YouTube and Rumble and their website. As them says methane, you're talking about that thing that exploded. I think you're right. But their Rebel Media is actually fairly popular in Canada. They don't get any money from the Trudeau government. So if you're not from Canada, you don't know that the Trudeau Liberal government has been subsidizing the media. They're giving them money, right? Only a fool who would think that they're not buying influence with the media, that there's no conflict of interest there. Obviously, there is. If you're somebody's paymaster, you've got some control. And the Canadian media is already just overwhelming, at least like the TV media, like Global News, CTV, certainly the CBC is way out there to the far left, right? They're already left. They already want to like Justin Trudeau or any, far left demagogue, right? But then you start pouring money on them, right? And it's just, it is unbelievably corrupt, right? But these guys don't take any money. And Justin Trudeau absolutely hates them. There's a long history of his regime persecuting Rebel Media. The founder of Rebel Media, Ezra Levant. And yeah, so what else do I want to say before we get into this video? There's a long history of them hating Rebel Media. All of the, everybody knows that David Menzies here is trying to talk to the Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, who's also the Finance Minister. And these police, they know what they think of Rebel Media, right? And, well, we'll see the result. This all stems down from Trudeau, who hates them. He's very publicly criticized them. They've tried to have them banned from the press pool and from debates, all of that. It's all very transparent and in the open. And these police know what's expected of them. So let's watch.
Ms. Freeland, how come the IRGC is not a terrorist group? Why is your government supporting Islamo-nationalism? What? You idiots. What are you doing?
You're under arrest for assault. Why are you pushing me? You're under arrest for assault. You're under arrest for assault. Police, you're under arrest.
How am I under arrest? You bumped into me.
You pushed into me.
You bumped. I was just scrubbing. I got my credentials here, and you just bumped into me. So excuse
Police, you're under arrest.
What is your name and your badge? What is your name and your badge?
You've been told you're under arrest.
Why am I under arrest? He blocked my way. What? I was just scrumming Chrystia Freeland.
I'm a police officer. You're under arrest.
What is your name and your badge number?
Assaulting a police officer.
How is that possible?
Okay, because
you assaulted me 3 years ago when blackface was around. You mean I was asking questions aggressively?
no, your actions. You were almost pushing everybody over.
Lincoln, you got this on video, right? He's saying I'm pushing people over. That's an absolute falsehood.
There were feet were shuffling.
So now it appeared that way. That's what you're saying, officer. It appeared I was pushing people. I didn't touch a single person.
That was a little bit aggressive for what was happening. Get that. You're under arrest. Please take the microphone out of my face.
Well, I'd like an ongoing record of this.
Can I have the microphone? Can I have the microphone? Can I have the microphone? Can you give?
I'm not officer. Take your hand out. Why am I under arrest? I'm just doing my job.
Resist. You don't need to resist.
I don't have.
You don't have to say anything. You know the drill.
I have nothing to hide, officer.
So this is what's happened to journalism in Canada. Now, let's go back and watch it, and I'm going to slow it down when we get to the point where the so-called assault happened.
Ms. Freeland, how come the IRGC is not a terrorist group? Why is your government supporting Islamo-nationalism? What? These idiots. What are you doing?
Okay, let's take a little look at that. You can see what happens here. He's walking past, and that cop steps in front of him so that he'll walk into him, and then he can charge him with assault.
What? These idiots. What are you?
See that? Let's do that again.
What? These idiots. What are you doing?
I mean, it's completely obvious, right? That is how brazen it has become, right? That's the state of journalism under Justin Trudeau now. That's what happens to non-favored journalists now in Canada. If they dare to ask, the deputy prime minister a question on the street. I saw, the rest of the media didn't really want to cover this. I saw CBC had a panel, and of course it was insanely biased. And they had to, kind of frame it where, rebel media, I mean, they're not, basically saying they're not really journalists and shitting on them, essentially. It's very extremely elitist, they just couldn't really bring themselves to say, yeah, no, that's just bad. That's just bad. You can't do that. That cop needs to be fired, So that's the state of Canadian media. Let's see what people are saying about it. Oh, this is interesting. So, okay. From Vigilant Fox, this was German member of European Parliament, Christine Anderson, talking about Justin Trudeau. This was in the aftermath of the trucker protest and the Justin Trudeau invoking the Emergencies Act. Osnem says her assistant cut in, which forced him to the inside of the pole, and Menzies got cut off by the cop. And that was a setup, if I've ever seen it. Yeah, exactly. That was just clearly a setup. He was trying to set him up to arrest him and to please the deputy prime minister and the prime minister, doubtlessly. Right? That was intentional. And you can see the guy's attitude as well, right? Like, he does not like rebel media. But let's see what Christine Anderson, European Member of Parliament, has to say about Justin Trudeau. This was very good.
Based on Article 195, out that it would have been more appropriate for Mr. Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, to address this House according to Article 144, an article which was specifically designed to debate violations of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, which is clearly the case with Mr. Trudeau. Then again, a prime minister who openly admires the Chinese basic dictatorship, who tramples on fundamental rights by persecuting and criminalizing his own citizens as terrorists just because they dared to stand up to his perverted concept of democracy, should not be allowed to speak in this House at all. Mr. Trudeau, you are a disgrace for any democracy. Please spare us your presence. Thank you. Thank you. Based on Article 1.
Yeah, that needs another round of applause. Yeah, so this was after the crackdown on the Freedom Convoy, which, looking now, that it was successful. It was successful. It forced Trudeau to really back off, actually, after that. And it inspired movements, all over Europe, even in the States. In the States, they were pretty quick to suggest they were going to crack down. I think they kind of freaked everybody else, especially after January 6th, any kind of, dissident movement on the right, not far left. It's pretty clear they were going to use anything as an excuse. But it did inspire movements. And, what's happening in Germany right now, what happened in the Netherlands, what happens in Germany, that's all directly influenced by the Freedom Convoy, which is, I think, something that a lot of Canadians can be proud of, But anyway, let's see what else people had to say. Oh, yes. Okay. So this here is him. This shows you his disdain and his contempt for independent media, particularly rebel media. So let's listen to this. This is a rebel media reporter asking him a question and just stating that had to actually get a court order to be able to be there, because they should have been able to be at the debates, but Justin Trudeau didn't want them there because he is a wannabe tyrant and dictator. So anyway, let's hear this.
I'm allowed to ask you this question is because today the federal court ruled that the government doesn't have the right to determine who is or is not a journalist. This is the second election in a row that the court had to overturn your government. Do you still insist on being able to make that decision, and why?
First of all, questions around accreditation were handled by the press gallery and the consortium of networks who have...
Yeah, I'm sure that the Prime Minister's office has no influence over any of that, but let's continue.
Strong perspectives on quality journalism and the important information that is shared with Canadians. The reality is organizations like yours that continue to spread misinformation and disinformation on the science around vaccines, around how we're going to actually get through.
This guy having the audacity to accuse other people of spreading misinformation about the vaccines. I did a video going back, was it a year or two ago, and it was a story from Freedom of Information request in Canada. I believe it was what's her name? A journalist who sometimes writes for the National Post. I'm trying to just remember her name, but anyway, she wrote it. Anyway, there was a Freedom of Information request. The government was sued for information around the vaccine mandates. And what we saw in that was behind the scenes that right up until the moment of the vaccine mandates going into effect, they were still scrambling to find any evidence that the vaccines prevented the spread. And that was the entire justification for it, right? For the mandates. The federal part of that was that you couldn't go on a plane or a train without a vaccine card. And right up until the moment of the mandates going into effect, they still didn't have any evidence. That's because there wasn't any, because it had never been tested for that. Turns out they'd never tested for that. It was lies. The mandate was based on a fucking lie. And this man, people lost their jobs over, right? This man has the audacity to accuse other people, independent journalists, of spreading misinformation. Fucking unbelievable, right? Okay, let's keep going.
This pandemic and be there for each other and keep our kids safe is part of why we're seeing such unfortunate anger and lack of understanding of basic science. And quite frankly,
he stirred up the anger. Should we tolerate them, he said. Those unvaccinated people, should we tolerate them? I don't want them sitting next to your children on a plane or a train. He's the one who caused the division. He's the one who spread the misinformation. Us and them says, you're talking about Christine Massey with her over 200 freedom of information requests that they have absolutely no evidence or proof that anything exists as far as the disease goes. I'm talking about, it's a while ago since I did that video, and I have a terrible memory because I don't drink anymore, but I used to drink a lot. Like I drank everything all the time. So I think I kind of killed my memory a little bit, but you can find that video in there somewhere. If you go on my channel and then you just search up like vaccine mandate or something, Trudeau vaccine mandate. But it was a court case, and I can't remember the exact names. I don't want to say, but they did find that the officials, they were scrambling to find some legitimate justification for the vaccine mandate. And they couldn't. It was all based on a lie, right? He also knows that. Anyways, continue.
I won't call it a media organization. Your group of individuals need to take accountability for.
I won't call it media organization. Your group of individuals. He doesn't do indignant very well, does he? In a very dignified way. Let's keep going.
For some of the polarization that we're seeing in this country. And I think Canadians are cluing into the fact that there is a really important decision we take about the kind of country we want to see. And I salute all extraordinary, hardworking journalists that put science and facts at the heart of what they do and ask me tough questions every day. But
they do not ask him tough questions. That's why he hates Rebel News, because they do ask him tough questions. He likes them. He gives them money to not. He gives the other news organizations money to not ask him tough questions. This guy is unbelievable. Like, everything he says is a fucking lie. Following the science, right? Following the science. People weren't following the science. I don't want to hear another fucking person tell me that they were following the science. No, you weren't. You were following what came out of a fucking teleprompter. That's what you were following. If you were following the science, right, you were following what came out of a teleprompter that was read to you by somebody who doesn't know fuck all. You were read things from a teleprompter that just simply went along with the narrative. Every expert was brought on. They're all sussed out beforehand, right? They were brought on. The ones that would forward the message, the narrative, were the ones who got on the air. The ones who didn't were hounded out of their jobs. Anybody who dared to voice any kind of dissent or just reasonable caution. Anybody who said something like, well, there are no long-term tests on this because, we don't have the long-term part yet, right? You kind of need the long-term part to have the long-term tests. We might have to go to the puppies again soon. It's so insanely frustrating. I find it personally very difficult to listen to this man's voice anymore. And just everything he says is a lie, a self-serving lie. But let's continue.
Make sure that they are educating and informing Canadians from a broad range of perspectives, which is the last thing that you guys do.
Broad range of perspectives, he says. Broad range of perspectives. Isn't that hilarious? A broad range of perspectives. There was no heterodoxy allowed whatsoever. We saw one story the whole time through on the CBC, Global, CTV. We saw one narrative, never deviated from. That's the opposite of a broad range of perspectives. The fact that this man I don't know what makes me angry, just watching him lie like that, just so freely, or what he's actually done to the country. Where Pulley says he is extremely frustrating. I would say that's putting it mildly. The great thing is, and as I told you, I'm white-pilled, is that we can vote him out. right? We can vote him out. And that's justice. When he is out of a job, that is justice. I don't know what he will do after that. He'll probably like go and like become like a Klaus Schwab's butler or something, right? Maybe he'll go like manage a bug plant or something. As in them, you know what? Great minds think alike. Think alike. He says he's following his mentor Klaus Schwab, WEF. Yeah, couldn't agree more. He's not serving the Canadian people. That's clear, right? Like just the immigration insanity alone, right? He's not serving the if he cared about the Canadian people, he would stop doing that. Like he would stop the immigration lunacy. But the last pardon me, the last quarter of 2023, he brought in 450,000 people. 450,000 in 3 months. Everything is falling apart. Healthcare is falling apart. People can't afford their rent. People can't afford to buy houses. There's going to be like mortgages are coming up with the new interest rates. That's going to be a disaster. Everything is worse. They keep telling us that you know what? I'm going to save this rant. I'm actually going on some great rants tonight. I have to say, but I'm going to save that rant because I got another video with Chrystia Freeland talking about immigration and how great it is, how much it's helping us. I got that coming up. It's further down here. Anyway, I can't wait for Trudeau to be gone. Let's see. It's getting really bad in Canada. Canada is a fascist state. You can't change facts. It's becoming. Trudeau is just clearly, I mean, that's his goal. I mean, he's on record saying he admired China's basic dictatorship. Castro Jr. Yeah. You have to realize with Trudeau is that he's not even Canadian. Like, why would he say that? Hold on, I got to cough for a second. I want to mute the mic for a second. Let's see. Us and them says we are nothing but human capital to his government. That is the way that he sees us, right? Because he comes from a globalist, elitist background. So why does Trudeau say that Canada has no core identity? Why would he say that Canada is the first post-national country, right? This doesn't feel like it betrays a great connection to Canada and the Canadian people and what Canada means, right? It feels like it betrays a disconnect from that, a distance from that. He is not I don't believe that he sees himself as Canadian. He sees himself, I mean, he's deeply privileged, right? The son of the former Prime Minister, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, right? You know, he spent his life traveling around the world. He goes for vacations at these luxury, you know, at the Aga Khan's Island or wherever the fuck it is. You know, he goes stays at some giant mansion in Jamaica at his friend's place, right? Like that's been his life. He's a globalist. He sees himself as a citizen of the world, right? No real Canadian would say that Canada has no core identity, right? It shouldn't. Or want Canada to be the first post-national country, whatever the fuck that means, right? You see with his adoration of Klaus Schwab, right? The WEF. He's a globalist. He likes global organizations. Let's see. Invin says, listen in from Whistler, BC. Beautiful up there. Got a friend living up there, actually. Beautiful. Hope you're having a great night. It must be. So I'm guessing Whistler is fucking freezing right now. Cousin them says he's not far off from the truth when he says that considering Canada is nothing but a corporation. Yeah, that's Trudeau just sees, he doesn't see Canadians as Canadians. He doesn't see Canada as a country. It's just human capital, right? Drones, basically, right? I mean, if you're somebody who's deeply connected to the, you know, like globalist organizations like WEF, that is how you're going to see people. They're just like work units, you know? Where was I going? Did I have anything else? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's keep going. So what time we got? It's 1:17. So that means we can go in for hour 45, about an hour and 45 minutes. So that means if we're going to go till 4, which I don't know if we're going to make it till 4, but we've done that like 3 or 4 times now, but I don't know if I can make it that late tonight. That means that we'd have to go for another 2 hours and 40 minutes. Well, we'll see what happens. Warp Pulley says Trudeau gets too much credit and probably knows way less than what we actually know. I think Trudeau is cunning. He has like an animal cunning, but he is not wise. Like he's a foolish man, you know? And I think kind of sociopathic as well. He's, you know, an incredibly natural liar. But yeah, everything that he says is self-serving. I think we're safe saying that at this point. All right. Well, this is kind of funny. Let's take a look at this. A recent addition to, this is a great example of like Canadian media. A recent addition to Vancouver Fan Expo's guest list is raising eyebrows. Some fans say inviting Gina Carano could create an unsafe environment at the convention. Following her controversial social media posts, this is too perfect. This is too perfect of an example of Canadian media. And why it has so little respect in Canada, why it's so despised in Canada, you know? Raising eyebrows. Right? Eyebrows are being raised because Gina Carano could create an unsafe environment at the convention. Was the editor laughing when they wrote this? Whoever wrote this, were they laughing when they did it? Warp Pulley says, calm down, snowflakes at Global News. They're professional snowflakes. I think that let's see, I think I actually wrote something down for this one. Let's see. Yeah, so what happens is Canadian media likes to find a couple of freaks, like just literal freaks, and then pretend that that's like popular, that that's like the majority of people. That's the normal opinion, you know, that they represent the general public. And I think it's because the media itself is so fucking biased and left wing in Canada, like Global, CTV, CBC, certainly. They have fringe ideas and beliefs, right? But they don't want to admit that it's fringe. So they'll do stuff like this where they'll just find a couple of fucking weirdos, right? Who feel unsafe because Gina Carano's going to be at a fan expo. And they'll write it as if it's this widespread thing. But it's not. It's just a couple of freaks and them. Like a couple of retards and them. That's it. And they write this. It's like this sad, pathetic, transparent attempt at social engineering. Good Lord. Husband them says he's narcissistic. You're talking about Trudeau. I could tell right away. Just I see those words. It could just be in any context. I could be walking down the street and there's like a brick wall and somebody's spray painted, he's narcissistic on it. And everybody knows who they're talking about. Oh yeah, Trudeau. Yeah, he's extremely narcissistic. Don't like him. When's the next election? 2025? Jesus, that's a long time. It's actually scary how long it is. You know, for a while there, I was thinking that 2025, that election, I want him to stay in power because he seems so incapable of turning it around, or, you know, it seems I wanted him to take the Liberal Party down in ashes, which it looks like he's going to do anyway, right? But I wanted him to just completely destroy the Liberal Party so that it has to be rebuilt up from the ashes as something sensible. That will be good for Canada, to have a sensible, actually kind of centrist, you know, Liberal Party, right? I won't vote for them still because we've gone far too left. But at least it would be good for the political environment in Canada to have a sensible party instead of this lunatic party that's just in a race to the furthest left possible with the NDP. So I thought that it would be a good thing that for him to not resign and just completely destroy the Liberal Party. But now I'm starting to think like he just seems determined to burn the country down. Like he's not backing up. He's not trying to, he's not trying to do anything that will actually improve his favorability. He just seems to be on a mad dash to wreck the country as much as he can while he still can. It's like a kamikaze run or something. I think now what I want is I want the party to rebel and force him out and put somebody else in because I just think he's too dangerous. He seems determined to just burn the country down, right? And I find it kind of scary. I got to be honest with you, As and them says, right now it's 4:20 a.m. here, so you're East Coast. And I'm going to have to sign off, but it's been a blast, and I enjoyed your insight on all the subject matter, and I've had a few chuckles, which is a very nice way to end. Hey, thanks a lot for stopping in, man. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you next weekend. But thanks a lot, and thanks for getting into the chat because it's just way more fun for me when people are in the chat, and it's I feel like I have a connection to the audience, and it's not like I'm just sitting here just talking to nobody. It's nice. It makes me feel like I'm actually talking to people. So I appreciate that. Thank you, and have a good night. Where was I? We're getting to the part of the night now where my brain starts to shut down, but I just force myself to keep going. Warp Fully says he has no empathy at all. The lockdowns, amongst other things, demonstrate how cold he is. Yeah, no, he has got no empathy whatsoever, and he will demonize anybody. His only thought is for himself, obviously. So where I was saying that, at this point, I've changed my mind on Trudeau. I want him to actually I want the Liberals to rebel and get him out because he's just too dangerous. Just too dangerous. It's not normal. Like what's happening with Trudeau is not normal. This is something that Canada's never seen before. We've never had a prime minister who genuinely had no interest in the public well-being. Just is on a completely different agenda. He's not doing what he's doing for the Canadian people. He's doing it for somebody else, some other organization, not Canada. Let's see. Gina Carano. So Global Media, Global BC, Global News wants you to hate Gina Carano because somebody told them that she was right-wing. Because they're not real journalists, right? What journalists do now is that whatever feels left-wing, they just do that. So they're not interested in truth or informing the public. It's just, it's about maintaining face within their own groups, like the people that they're at the dinner parties with. See, Nerdrotic says, we love Gina Carano. I like the Nerdrotic channel. I can't watch all this stuff. It's too much, media culture stuff, but I do like to watch it here and there, and I think he's very good. Interesting story. He has an interesting story too, actually. He was like in prison and stuff. He was a drug addict when he was young. And that's a cool channel. Culture Casino says, when did Canadians go from kind to cowards? So afraid of words, but still salute Nazis with government showering them with praise. For my Canadian friends, get out of Cuba North. Well, the thing is, most Canadians aren't insane, right? I think that they've been lulled to sleep and didn't realize what we had. Now Canadians are waking up to Trudeau. And again, this, like the average Canadian, the massive Canadians are not worried about Gina Carano at a fan expo. It's not interesting to them, like that's not a scary thing to them, right? It's this fake world that the media creates in the image of itself, in the attempt to try and, I guess, by creating this fantasy land that only exists on, in their own media, They hope to shape the world into that. I don't think it's working. Let's see. This is false. Gina has been to multiple conventions with no incidents whatsoever. That's right, because it's bullshit. Everything they're saying here is bullshit. That's the point. It's not real. They're trying to trick people. Yeah, Jonathan Case says, LOL, unsafe. I mean, it is ludicrous, right? That somebody would, I mean, you could write an article treating seriously the idea that anybody would actually feel unsafe because Gina Carano was at a fan expo that you don't even have to go to. And if you went to it, you wouldn't even have to go near her, right? It's entirely possible they just made it up. There is nobody that is feeling unsafe. I mean, is there some purple-haired gremlin who wrote in? You know, maybe. But would it be surprising at this point if it turned out, no, they just made it up. They just don't like her because somebody said she's right-wing, and they just need to write something. So, unsafe. If you feel unsafe at a fan expo because an actress is there, the expo, the actress is not the problem. The problem is you. The problem is that you're mentally unstable. You're emotionally unstable. All right. Oh, let's watch this. This is a good opportunity for me to get some nicotine in my system. All right, let's watch this. This is kind of, this is not political or anything. This is just kind of fucked up. Let's watch. What do you think of that? Right in the hole, huh? Right into the fucking hole in the road. Oh, like, oh, the person's fine. So they're getting out of the car. That would be a shock. Yeah. Keep your eye on the road. That's a hell of a pothole right there. That could definitely ruin your day. All right, what else we got? Oh, more Canadian news. Anti-Israel protesters are backed by several organizations and being paid many thousands of dollars to protest. How should they be dealt with now? Well, this has been a thing, a phenomenon with left-wing protests and these are definitely leftist protests, right? This is the new leftist cause, like Antifa, far left, socialist, communist cause, right? Even though it doesn't make any sense. Have you seen Queers for Palestine? In my woke predictions for 2024, I put out on I think New Year's Eve, I said that one of my predictions was that Queers for Palestine would be overshadowed by artists who draw the Prophet Muhammad for Palestine movement. Because I mean, what could be dumber than that? But artists who draw the Prophet Muhammad for Palestine. But yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenon with like left-wing movements bringing in like paid protesters, right? The media, because the media likes the left-wing movements, they don't report on it. But this is the Toronto Sun, which is, kind of conservative. I wouldn't say it's very conservative, but it's conservative, and they will actually criticize the government. Let's take a look.
Follow the money. In any scandal, you see who's paying, who's benefiting. The Sun followed the money and broke the news. Anti-Israel protesters are getting paid to protest. These protests are big and cause chaos across Canada. They look professional, but that's because the protesters are basically actors. A BC group called the Plenty Collective has been distributing thousands to people to show up at anti-Israel rallies, as much as $20,000 a month. They show up with vans stocked with professional signs, banners, and flags, and the organizers wear uniforms and provide food and drink. The scam has been happening across the continent. Sources told The Sun protesters in Montreal are also being paid. In the US, too, a millionaire tech mogul has bankrolled multiple pro-Palestinian protests since last year. We've got the evidence. Many anti-Israel protesters are just actors. Media and government need to pull back the mask and expose who is really paying for the performance. Follow the money. In any scandal, you see who's paying.
So I don't have a Middle East peace plan, right? But this, as I've said, I mean, it has become like the new kind of leftist sacred cow. You know, it's the new thing. It's the new Ukraine flag or syringe in the vaccine in the on your Twitter account or Facebook account, right? It's a new thing. And yeah, so it's not surprising that you would see, paid protesters. That's the thing that they do. They're pretty well organized. There's money. George Soros is throwing money all over the place, all over North America and Europe, right, to influence. And his Open Societies Foundation, right? So it's hardly that surprising. I would not expect the CBC to talk about this very much because they like it, Let's see what people are saying about this story. Let's see. So this is going to be a fight between, in the comments here, it's just going to be a fight between pro-Israel and pro-Palestine people, it looks like. Explains why they aren't getting arrested. All of a sudden, everything makes sense. Of course, none of them ever show their faces. That's true. No doubt they are. That's why they all wear masks and are protected by the police. So, yeah, I don't find it too surprising. I find it, one thing I don't like is that we have in Canada, and I imagine a lot of people feel like this in like the United States or the UK, Australia, wherever. I don't really like having a, Middle Eastern ancient blood feud happening on Canadian streets. That doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't find it very fun, right? And I'm not a big fan of vandalizing like a Jewish bakery because it's Jewish. When you're doing shit like that, are you going like to a Jewish community in Canada, in Montreal or Toronto or something, and you're protesting there? Well, like, what does a Jewish bakery have to do with anything, right? Is it a Zionist bakery? I don't know. I find a lot of the things that they say are their motivations. I'm not entirely believing them. If you look at okay, so again, I don't have a Middle East peace plan. All right. One thing I did is I looked at the Hamas charter and I thought, well, this will tell me what they're all about. So the Hamas charter is pretty much just a lot of Allahu Akbar, and they make it very clear that there's a group of people, certain group of people they do not like. And, it's not, it's not distinct, it's not distinct, they don't say like Zionists. It's just Jews. They don't like Jews. And it says in their charter, it's pretty explicit, they're not interested in a political solution. It's just they're gone, all gone. That's their solution. The leadership said, October 7th, we're going to do that 1,000,000 times. They're not interested in a solution. Hamas, I'm talking about here, right? They've turned down, like every peace offer. The Israelis gave them Gaza. They left. They forced Israeli citizens to leave that area. So, again, I don't have a peace plan, but it's worth I mean, unless you go and read the Hamas charter, like that's kind of crucial information to have if you're going to make a decision on it. Like what they say they want. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. Pooping while standing. I've seen pooping while standing on here before. I'm looking at leaving the U.S. in my prime earnings. I may fail retiring early, but goddamn, never will I be a serf. Well, it seems like there are people that would like you to be a serf. Let's pin that one. Yeah, I mean, the terrifying thing is if the U.S. really collapses as a constitutional republic, the rest of the world is kind of fucked. Canada certainly, right? I mean, the old saying is when the U.S. sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold, right? Being the largest economy in the world, and with the U.S. dollar, it's a terrifying thing, and collapses do happen. That is history. The history is the history of collapses of civilizations, right? It's also largely the history is also largely the history of unintended consequences as well. So it's a scary thing. I mean, with what we're seeing in the States right now, with the Biden regime, with the obvious intentional flooding of the country with millions. I think it's 9 million that they know of. That's what they think. It's 9 million, maybe many, many more since he went into office. Them dismantling border barriers, suing Texas to prevent them from stopping people from flooding across. I mean, it's clearly intentional. That's clearly his policies to flood the country while also bankrupting it. It's a scary thing. It's a scary, scary thing. People outside of the United States should be very, very worried, And yet there's still so many people with TDS. I mean, it's a real thing in Canada. A big reason why I cover American news is for Canadians, because the Canadian news about the U.S. is so biased, so incredibly biased. I think there's a function in it as well, is that by portraying American conservatives as these insane extremist lunatics, that influences Canadians to shy away from conservatism or anything just common sense, or even just traditional liberalism, anything like that. Anything common sense, because and they've been doing this constantly with Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada. They keep accusing of using American-style politics, bringing American-style politics to Canada, MAGA politics, American-style politics. Well, I mean, the Liberals just had Hillary Clinton at their convention. Apparently, that doesn't get noticed, though, for some reason. That's fine, right? And that shows the bias, right? It's only bad when it's conservatives, apparently, according to the CBC and liberal politicians, using American style politics. Yeah, it's incredibly biased. Man, I'm getting some good rants in tonight. I'm feeling it. I may be a bit confused, but I'm definitely ranting. And that's never a bad thing. All right. Now, okay. Do you ever call Whoopi Goldberg Woofy Goldberg? Because I do. I like to. Woofy Goldberg says Donald Trump is going to make all the journalists and all the gay folks disappear. What a strange thing for her to think. What an odd thing for her to think. I think in her case, she might actually be stupid enough to actually believe it. I remember Trump being the first, I think, not only Republican, but first presidential candidate to ever hold up a pride flag at their convention, at their party's convention. He's clearly not going to do anything to the gays. He clearly does not care. Let's hear what this lunatic has to say. And you tell me, do you think she really believes this? Hold on.
I'm going to be on day one, I'm going to be a dictator. Who says it to you, tells you, I'm going to put you people away. I'm going to take all the journalists. I'm going to take all the gay folks. I'm going to move you all around and disappear you. If that's the country you want, you know who to vote for. If that's not the country you want, you have to make a decision. I'm going to be on day one, I'm going to be a dictator. Who says it to you, tells you, I'm going to put you people away. I'm going to take all the journalists. I'm going to take all the gay folks. I'm going to move you all around and disappear you. If that's the country you want.
Does she really believe that? You guys tell me. What do you think? Does she actually believe that if Donald Trump becomes president again in 2024, God willing, I like Trump personally. I think Biden's a disaster. I think he'd be much, much better. Do you think she really believes that Donald Trump, should he become president again, is going to disappear all the journalists and quote unquote, all the gay folks? Like, what's the likelihood of this? Like, is there a chance, like 1 in 500,000 that would happen? 1 in 1 million, 1 in 10 million, 1 in a trillion? I think the odds, are vanishingly small. Let's say that, approaching zero. He's going to disappear all the journalists and all the gay folks. Why would you think that? Like, it's so strange, right? Like, is it possible that she actually believes this? I'm asking you guys, is that possible? Where would she get these ideas? Donald Trump is going to kill all the journalists and the gay folks. Keep in mind, this is on a major network show that millions of people watch. Millions of people watch this garbage, this lunacy. I mean, how much of it is just like, it's cool to have, like in her circles, it's cool to have Trump derangement syndrome. Like, maybe it's like a competition to see who can be the most unhinged, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the guy who's like arresting people, for instance, and throwing people in prison, it's not Trump. I mean, he said, lock her up in 2016, right? But he didn't. He didn't go after all of his, he didn't use the machine of state to go after all of his political opponents. He didn't turn the United States into a banana republic. But it's not him that did that, right? Somebody else that did that. It's somebody else that's doing that right now. Pooping while standing. That's just a great name. I love that name, pooping while standing. It's good. Whoopi didn't know when she started she'd get by with just being black, but she added Goldberg to further her checkbox, stinky as it is. Yeah, I heard that actually, that she added, like, her real last name isn't Goldberg, right? But she added that on for a very obvious reason, right? One might say a cynical reason. We got to hear this one more time, just because so much of this stuff, like, I feel like I'm in an alternate dimension. I'm looking into an alternate dimension, some alternate reality when I see it, because it's so fucking crazy.
I'm going to be on day one, I'm going to be a dictator. Who says it to you, tells you, I'm going to put you people away. I'm going to take all the journalists. I'm going to take all the gay folks. I'm going to move you all around and disappear you. If that's the country you want, you know who to vote for. If that's not the country.
See, now, I don't believe that Trump actually did say that he's going to make all the journalists and all the gay folks disappear. Even if Woofy tells me that he did. Just deranged. I guess the thing is that there's no cost to her. Like, there's no professional and this is the whole media these days for the most part, corporate media. There's no cost either economically, career-wise, or socially for saying crazy, crazy shit. Which is why the clearly false Russia collusion hoax went on and on and on. That's why the fine people hoax went on and on and on, because there's just no cost to lying, to just being clearly publicly wrong over and over and over again, as long as you're being wrong in the right direction. Even somebody as talentless and ludicrous as Whoopi Goldberg, right, can just continue on with this career, making tons of money and going to, knowing all the right people, as long as she's willing to just say insane bullshit over and over and over again. It's kind of crazy. All I know is I'm not going to go see Sister Act 4. No way. All right. Let's see what the people have to say about this. The right guy says, can he just make the View disappear? If he were a dictator for a day, and by the way, he wasn't serious when he said that. Obviously, it's Trump. But if he were to become dictator for a day and he made the View disappear, would anybody really complain? Let's see. Pooping While Standing says, you and Raging Golden Eagle. I don't know who that is. Collab would be epic. Not to mention, I couldn't recognize who said what, given how much you sound alike. Well, we're not the same person. I'll tell you that right now. But I don't know. I'll check. Let me write it down. I want to check who that is. You know what I checked out too? Last stream, there's it's first floor audio. Was in the chat, and he's talking to me. He has a music channel, and I checked it out. One night earlier this week, about 1:30 in the morning, right before I was going to turn off my computer, and I checked out one of his live streams, and pretty cool. Like he does a bunch of cover songs. It's just him in his home studio, and he plays very, very good piano singer. He does this Elton John cover that was great. I didn't watch the whole thing. It was like a couple hours long or something. I just checked out some of it, and the parts where he's playing piano and singing, I thought was really good. And he just does this long stream and plays a bunch of covers, and seems like kind of a really fun. I mean, that's super fun. I couldn't do that, right? I could play a little guitar, but I couldn't do that. But that seems like a really fun stream to do. So if you want to check out his channel, First Floor Audio too, at some point, it's cool. But let me write the Raging Golden Eagle. Is that like Rumble or YouTube or both? Raging Golden Eagle. I'll check that out. I'll check out his channel. Let's see. I don't know who it is. I'm not really a collaboration guy, but I'm always looking for interesting new people to watch, right? Let's see. Invin said he did nothing of the sort during his term. Yeah, you're talking about the making journalists and the gay folks. He doesn't have any problem with gay folks. Are safer with Trump, I think, than Biden, because I think Trump, I would say Biden probably secretly, because of, just who he is, he's probably lying. I think Trump isn't lying when he's like, I don't care, right? Dave Rubin loves him. Gets along with Dave Rubin very well, right? Where was I going here? This is the problem when it's doing these super late streams. My brain gets scattered, but yeah, Trump did nothing of the sort during his term. He argued with journalists, right? He argued with them, but he wasn't arresting everybody. He wasn't arresting thousands of people because they're his political enemies. No, so Trump was pretty damn moderate as president. There was nothing extreme about his presidency. How long had both parties been talking about border security and building a border wall for? Decades. Hillary was in favor of it, right? Bernie Sanders used to, not that long ago, not before open borders, right? Like nothing that Trump was doing wasn't totally moderate and normal like 10 years before. It's just that the Democrats just, like the Liberal Party in Canada have just been in a race to the left, a race to lunacy. Pooping while standing says, dude, him and Salty Cracker. I like Salty. I get a kick out of Salty. Anyway, let's see. So what are we talking about here? So yeah, Wolfie, and what are the people saying? Can we just make the View disappear? The only thing they have is fear. We have hope, and that's why Trump will win. True. And that's why you shouldn't be blackpilled. Don't be blackpilled. That's what they want. No, he is going to make all the illegal foreigners disappear. It seems pretty obvious to me that there's got to be deportations. I mean, what's happened is unprecedented. It's lunacy, right? How could you have 9 million people? You don't know who any of them are. None of them, they all throw away their ID before they go across the border. Like, how can you have that? Bizarre. How does anyone think listening to Whoopi, I call her Woofy, is a good idea? I think that even the people listening, they don't even, they're just, the people watching The View, do they have any thoughts going through their heads at all while that's happening, while they're being while they're subjecting themselves to it? I kind of doubt it. They're just, I guess it's probably, it's almost just like a feeling like this is in the direction of the thing I'm supposed to like, right? There's no danger in me just watching this and knowing this is the acceptable position, right? So I'm not going to, if I watch The View, if I'm, a lefty, or lefty housewife probably is watching The View. If I watch this, I know I'm not going to get anything that might cause trouble. I'm not going to get any ideas that might cause me trouble in the future, where I might say something like, well, maybe the wall wasn't such a bad idea, right? Because that might not go well in your social circle. So it's safe to watch something like The View and just be brainless, right? You're not going to get any crazy ideas that actually make sense that might cause you some sort of social discomfort, I guess. Pooping while standing says, R.I.P. Gonzalo Lira. Yeah, I saw that. You died while a lesbian pot-smoking WNBA player lived. I know, it's really, really disturbing, actually. I mean, you see the kind of the depths of the corruption with the Biden administration, right? That was a big deal. They were so proud of that. She actually did break the law, is the thing. She actually broke a foreign nation's law incredibly stupidly, right? And Gonzalo Lira, I really only started hearing about, I didn't know much about him. I think I'd heard the name Coach Red Pill stuff, but I didn't really know anything about it. I never watched this stuff. And then when the Ukraine thing, the Ukraine war started, and I think on Black Pigeon Speaks, I think he was doing interviews with him, and that's where I kind of got to know a little bit more about him. And yeah, I mean, he is not somebody, he's expendable to somebody like that, is expendable to the Biden administration. Be labeled as a political enemy, and well, whatever he gets. It's awful. It's actually shocking. It's actually completely shocking. That's not really supposed to happen if you're an American citizen, right? Disturbing as hell. It's not a good sign. I'll just say that. Yeah, here. It's like they forgot he was already president and none of that happened. Talking about the View ladies. He's got my vote then, says California Uber Allays. Whoopi is going to make all the donuts disappear. All right. We could probably do that all night, but let's keep moving. Let's see. So there go The View. This is interesting. What do you guys think of this? Violent Antifa group Bash the Fash 161 has organized a direct action to target comedian Michael Rappaport for coming to Portland and being a supporter of Israel. Their flyer suggests they want him dead. For weeks, Antifa have been trying to use harassment and pressure to get the Helium Comedy something venue to cancel. So this is interesting. So Rappaport, right? Now they've X'd out his eyes there, right? So they don't like him. He was like the most Trump deranged of the Trump deranged. I mean, maybe a hair under Sam Harris, right? But absolutely 100% Trump derangement syndrome. Totally nuts. And he, like, how long ago was it? A couple of months ago that I believe it was to do with the the illegal immigrant crisis in New York. So once Texas started busing them up to the sanctuary cities like New York and saying like, well, you're a sanctuary city, you say you want them, you can have them, right? And obviously the kind of social chaos that followed with that. And all of a sudden he had a bit of a change of heart, and he said he calls Trump pig dick, but says it's on the table to vote for him now. Funny, I said to a friend of mine who's a lefty, and I said, eventually you're going to vote conservative because everybody has a line, right? Everybody has a line, and some people are more insulated from the line than others. But everybody's got a line where when it starts to affect them, when the policies start to affect them, they're going to change their mind because now it's fucking real, right? And he came to that point. And I guess the line for this guy, for Michael Rappaport, was his city turning into total chaos. I mean, I think it kind of was before, but to the point where even he was freaking out about it. And now he's a very, vocal supporter of Israel. And he's getting, far left communist revolutionary lunatics putting out posters with his eyes X'd out and call to action against him. Has he found his line now, right? Where it's just, okay, now I'm not, like, I found my line because I was always, a liberal, especially when I was young, but I was like the real, kind of traditional type where free speech, right? Free speech, personal freedom, all that sort of thing. And once, I think around 2015, when I saw like the Berkeley stuff and just the left was abandoning free speech and was embracing authoritarianism, I went, well, I'm not for that. I'm against that. And I had been kind of moving kind of more kind of conservative in some ways anyway, like economically. But when I saw the attacks on free speech, I just went, well, I can't have anything to do with these people. These people don't share anything with me, right? So they're calling themselves liberals, but they're not. They're something else. They're wearing the title like a skin suit, like Tim Pool would say, right? Like the guy in Silence of the Lambs, and they've just gotten crazier and crazier and crazier since. And I want absolutely nothing to do with those fucking people. And has a guy like Rappaport found his line now, where he goes, no, the people I thought were my friends are not my friends. So the people who thought I was on the same side as them, I was not on the same side of them, never was, and I'm not now. That was a delusion. He's learning the hard way what he's really been backing the whole time with his TDS and pandering to the left. A lot of people are going to find out the hard way. A lot of people have found out the hard way, right? Thought they were safe in that group, and who ended up getting canceled. And having their lives ruined, and their careers destroyed. Interesting. Now let's Okay, so we're Andino continues, despite how Antifa claimed to abandon Twitter X because of Elon Musk, they still use this platform to spread their propaganda and to promote their violent extremism. Protest against Zionist, Michael Rappaport, unless show is canceled. How did it just suddenly become cool to be against the Zionists? So weird. I've seen like man on the street interviews with people saying like, asking like, people saying, having like at a protest, somebody go like, from the river to the sea sign or something and say, what river? And they have no fucking idea. What sea? They have no idea, right? They have no fucking idea. None of them are like, oh, the Jordan River. They don't know. They don't know anything about it. Getting back to those paid protesters that the Toronto Sun broke in their story about all these protesters in Canada being actually paid to be at the pro-Palestine rallies. Maybe that's it. Maybe like way more of them are paid than even we thought. I mean, how astroturfed are they exactly? It's interesting to consider. Let's keep going. Ian Miles Chong says the comedy club will undoubtedly cancel because it looks like it's going to be incredibly violent. Well, I guess that's the tactic, isn't it? I guess that's the tactic. It's to scare. It's intimidation. This is what far leftists, that's in the playbook, right? Intimidation, political violence, scare people into doing what you want them to do. Nothing new about that, nothing new about that at all. There's a reason why it all feels very Nazi-ist, very, very brown shirtish, and that's because the National Socialists were socialists, right in the name. This is one of the greatest hoaxes, one of the greatest scams on Western civilization of all time, and you can blame the academics for it. They tricked us all into thinking, and I thought this most of my life, they tricked us all into thinking that the Nazis were right-wing. I mean, it's right in the name, National Socialist. They were left-wing. There's a reason why Antifa appears to act exactly like the brown shirts did. It's because they are the brown shirts. In Germany, in the 20s and in the early 30s, it wasn't the right and the left fighting each other. It was two factions of the left, right? And the kind of the National Socialists won out, whereas the class socialists won out in the Soviet Union. Not so different from each other, really. Let's see. This is a good point. Miranduran says, hey, Michael Rappaport, how they are treating you is how they treat Trump and his supporters. Doesn't feel so good, does it? Who are the real bad guys? See, like this is what I'm talking about. Everybody finds their line, right? It's funny how the anti-fascists seem to always support the ideas and ways of the real fascists. I know, it's funny, isn't it? Let's see. The irony. Michael spent the last 6 years calling anyone who disagreed with him a fascist. Who's the fash now, Michael? Perhaps you'd have been better off listening more than spewing, right? Yeah. I can't believe I have to defend this clown. Just for Michael, I'll allow it. That's the thing. He was full on Trump derangement, totally deranged for years and years. And now he's discovered a fundamental truth. He's been on the wrong side all along. So Pierre Poilievre pledges to tie immigration levels to home building. So if you're listening from outside of Canada, Pierre Poilievre is the leader of the opposition in Canada, leader of the Conservative Party, who looks very likely to become the next prime minister is when we actually have an election. Now, I think there's a video of him talking about this. So it's really a very important issue in Canada, immigration. It's the most important issue. And yet it's like Poilievre has been kind of hands-on. He hasn't said too much. He said some things about common sense, immigration. It's such a toxic subject in the press. Like no matter what he says about it, they're going to attack him as far right, Hitler, whatever, right? But in my opinion, it's a no-lose situation. Just come out and say what you're going to fucking do. And the Canadian people are here for it. They're here to listen to it. We know that there's too much. We know that Canada is full, right? We don't need any more. It's going to be a well-received message. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got him talking about it a little further down in this curated list. Here's something. I thought this was interesting. I don't know if you guys will like this, but former Gambino crime family underboss, Sammy the Bull Gravano, says Donald Trump is incorruptible. I tried to get to him. He just wouldn't bite. This is why Washington hates him. He was the underboss for the Teflon Don. What was his name? He was like the last big mafia don in New York before like Giuliani came in and basically crushed dismantled the New York mob. The Teflon Don. What was his name? Anybody out there? Can you remember? Teflon Don, New York. Like, what was his name? It'll come to me. It'll come to me in a minute. All right. Anyway, this was his underboss. Very, very violent man, but he's going to talk about Donald Trump while he was still in the mob.
Actually try to press up on Trump, but you could never get to him.
Yeah.
Because he had ex-FBI agents all around him?
All the time. And I tried a couple of times to press him and make arrangements where I could work with him and earn with him. I did that with other big contractors. I had the power of the unions. I could do all kinds of little things, but I couldn't get to him. He wouldn't bite. He just wouldn't bite. He didn't want to do anything like that. And there was layers of people in the middle. One of my guys said, we'll go up to the office. I said, we'll go up to the office. Everybody around him is an ex-FBI agent. We'll go up to the office, we'll get cuffed, and we'll go right to prison. So forget about Trump. He's a legitimate guy. He don't want to do it. Forget about Trump.
Yeah. Actually try to press up on Trump, but you could never get.
So that's pretty interesting, huh? I mean, the thing is that Trump is so clean after all the investigations on him. He's so clean that they have to go after him. Like, was it Letitia James in New York, right? On just they have to try him on a charge that's never been tried that way before. And not only that, they have to get a summary judgment from a cooperative judge, right? Who's clearly in on the whole thing, to deem him guilty before he's even been able to present any evidence. His lawyers have been able to present any evidence for a case. So immediately, right off the bat, he was declared just a summary justice ruling that he was guilty immediately, right? No victim, right? They say he overinflated his assets. The banks, their assessors say, no, everything was fine. He paid it back. Everything was above board. He paid it back. He paid back with the interest. There's no victim here, right? That's how clean he is. They have to use that to go after him. Pretty amazing. And here, Sammy the Bull tried to corrupt him. He said Sammy the Bull says he's incorruptible. Pooping while standing says this. Which is a good point. I always laugh at Canadians who tout their cheap healthcare system, never realizing that the paltry contribution they make to their nation's sovereignty compared to what the U.S. spends. Well, that's true, but also too, like, healthcare is falling apart in Canada now, right? Like, you do not want to have to go to an emergency room. You'll be waiting a long time. You'll be waiting. If you're lucky, you might see somebody in. Very lucky, you might see somebody in like 4 hours, maybe. You're more likely to be waiting 8 hours, 16 hours. I think a large percentage of people just leave now. They just leave because it's pointless. They never feel like they're going to get in. I think people are dying waiting at the emergency room now. Canada's healthcare system is falling apart. You can't get a doctor. I can't get a doctor. There's just no chance. If I want to, I've got to try and book into a clinic. If I can walk in clinic and wait all fucking day, right? You can't get a doctor. That's how bad it is in Canada. You can't get a family doctor anymore. It's getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. It's getting closer to Cuba. Like in Cuba, yeah, you've got the right to health care. They just don't have any for you, right? Canada is moving in that direction. And it's not like you're going to pay any less for it. You're paying a lot for it already. You're just not paying it, at the counter. I mean, with the incredible inflow of mass migration into Canada, of course it's going to get worse. It's supply and demand. It's about resources. The resources aren't increasing. The people are. The demand's increasing. Let's see. Pooping while standing. Which I just got to say, I love that name. Exactly. Most Canadian brothers who support it are under 40 and don't use it routinely. Exactly. Well, there's a reason why. There's a reason why Canada is now the world leader. I think by a considerable margin, the world leader in medical assistance in dying. Have you heard about that? Have you heard about that? Have you heard about all of the stories of like veterans who wanted, like a chairlift offered medical assistance in dying instead? They're just asking everybody now, well, would you rather just die? We can kill you. Well, we can't do much about your back. There was a cancer patient, woman with cancer, right? She went in, they said, well, there's nothing we can do for you. Well, aside from killing you. And she went to the States and got it done. And they're like, yeah, fine. Yeah, we can do this, right? The world leader. This maybe is Trudeau's greatest achievement. The world leader in killing everybody. Just amazing. It's amazing that there are any supporters of Trudeau left. Do you know they've made it now legal. They've made it now so that they can accept people with mental illness for medical assistance. Nothing else, just mental illness like depression. So now if you're just depressed, you can go to a doctor, you can go to the hospital and say, I'm depressed, I'd like you to kill me. It doesn't sound like they're really, putting up any barriers to it either. It's like, oh, okay, sure. This way. I guess you're not going to need that watch anymore. I mean, this is like dystopian shit, right? This is dystopian. It's amazing how it's just like, it's all normal. It's just normal. Oh no, it's just the government offering to kill everybody. It's just normal. That's just a normal thing. I was pretty under the weather with a flu and I went to the doctor and he said there's nothing really they could do for me other than kill me. That's normal, right? That's normal. That's what people are used to. The government wants to kill its own citizens. That's actually real. They're expanding the service to the mentally ill, to people with depression. That includes minors, by the way. That includes teenagers. The polls aren't looking good for us, Justin. They're not looking good at all. We need a new tech. We need to come up with something that's really gonna make the people happy. Why don't we try killing them? Offering to kill them. Let's try that. Let's just say, I'll tell you what, times are tough. We got to do something for the people. That's our job as a government, as a leader of the country. It's my job to do something for people, to offer some people some sort of respite. It's my responsibility. I know what I'll do. I'll offer to kill them. Sorry, commie, we don't want it. At this point, the government is just preying on people. Preying on people. You know why people might be depressed? Because they can't afford their apartment anymore because of Justin fucking Trudeau. Do you know what might bum people out? They can't get life-saving treatment anymore because Justin Trudeau has destroyed the infrastructure, the medical infrastructure in this country. He's overloaded it. That might make people depressed, huh? What if you lost your job because you wouldn't take the jab? That might make people depressed, huh? Well, there's good news now. After ruining your life, Trudeau's willing to kill you.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Well, it looks like Canadians are starting to wake up, though, right? So I'm not throwing out black pills here. I'm throwing out white pills. I'm optimistic. It's just that there's going to be Trudeau is trying to fucking detonate the country while he's still in office, it appears. It seems like he's not even really interested in winning the next election. I guess he thinks that just saying American-style politics is going to win it for him, or just calling everybody racist and transphobes or whatever, right? Calling parents who want the school to tell them if they're transing their kids at school, right? Demonizing them, that's a winning message. That's a winning strategy. Maybe he just thinks he can medically assist in dying all the people who won't vote for him. I don't know. What do you guys think about Trudeau? I'm sure the listeners in the States right now, you've heard of the man, right? You've heard of him. I think Tucker's mentioned him a couple of times. Pooping while standing says, we've normalized insanity. Yep. That's the weird thing, right? There's a lot of people who just think it's normal. All this insane shit, they just think it's normal. It's just normal life now, right? It's just normal. Just normal for the prime minister to demonize half the country. It's normal for the prime minister to call you an extremist if you don't agree with him. Did we go through the comments on this one? Let's see. What's this guy saying? Let's take a look here.
Everyone's in on the Great Reset. Well, almost everyone. There's one guy who's got the power to do something to stop it, and you know exactly where I'm going. And they made a mistake. They tried to get Trump on their side, so they invited Donald Trump to Davos, I think a couple of times. But in January, when Donald Trump, I think, really began to see the beast that he was up against, he went to Davos, to the World Economic Forum, and he stuck a mega finger in their eye.
We're committed to conserving the majesty of God's creation and the natural beauty of our world. But to embrace the possibilities of tomorrow, we must reject the perennial prophets of doom and their predictions of the apocalypse. These alarmists always demand the same thing: absolute power to dominate, transform, and control every aspect of our lives. We will never let radical socialists destroy our economy, wreck our country.
2 days after Donald Trump gave that speech, the 89-year-old leftist weirdo billionaire George Soros made an emergency intervention where, at Davos, once again, warning that the U.S. 2020 election will determine the, quote, fate of the whole world. Now, in the context of Davos, take a look at this one more time. This is a month after Donald Trump addressed Davos and stuck the MAGA finger in their face. Here's what Francis, the Vatican, and Jeffrey Sachs had to say in response.
And it is a dangerous country right now. It will be absolutely dangerous if Trump wins re-election. Trump wins re-election. Trump wins re-election.
Seems like it's a more dangerous world now. Let's watch that again.
Addressed Davos and stuck the MAGA finger in their face. Here's what Francis, the Vatican, and Jeffrey Sachs had to say in response.
And it is a dangerous country right now. It will be absolutely dangerous if Trump wins re-election. Trump wins re-election. Trump wins re-election.
Sorry, globalist. It's worse now. All of these insane warnings. The polls seem to say that the American people are waking up and going, hold on a second, this isn't what we were sold. Actually, things were better before. I know, we will see. The one thing I have to say is I worry for Trump. I worry for him. You know, I think it's extremely important that he gets reelected, and I worry for him because after everything they've thrown at him, you know, what contingencies aren't, let's just say contingencies aren't on the table for his enemies, you know? At this point, I mean, they've thrown everything at him. Everything. I think a lot of people are concerned, you know? It's a scary time. Declaration of memes. Your poop watching you scroll through memes for 30 minutes. It's mean, but I like it. All right, this is the video. I can't remember if we watched this earlier. Let's watch it again. This is a video. Oh, no, we didn't because it's been doing that the entire time. Circling. Okay, so we can't watch it. Will it work? No. Sometimes they just won't work for some reason. I don't know why that is. Let's see. On a scale of 1 to 10, how out of touch is Freeland? So this is a game we can play. Let's listen to this imbecile babble senselessly. And then we'll rate 1 to 10.
By Canadian press show your government was warned that housing construction had not kept up with population growth, largely because of Canada's immigration targets. Why did your government not heed that warning and lower immigration levels?
Thank you for the question, Simon. And let me say this. As a country, Canada is probably the country in the world which is the most welcoming of new Canadians, which is the most welcoming of immigrants. And as finance minister, I have to say that is a huge economic strength. It is a real driver of our country's economic growth. And at a time when all of the industrialized countries in the world are facing huge demographic challenges, we are extremely fortunate as a country that we have the social capacity to welcome immigrants. You are quite right.
The whole point, I mean, the whole thing about they're so low in the polls right now is because we clearly don't, and everybody knows it. Like, stopping immigration, or at the very least pausing it, is a very popular position in Canada now. And what did she say earlier here?
And lower immigration levels.
Thank you for the question, Simon. And
hey, wait a second. She didn't have that journalist arrested. What's going on?
let me say this. As a country, Canada is probably the country in the world which is the most welcoming of new Canadians, which is the most welcoming of immigrants. And as finance minister, I have to say that is a huge economic strength.
Huge economic strength. So, regardless of what country you're in, Jay Lefebvre says this has to be the worst government Canada has ever had. I believe that it is. I believe that it is. At least in recent memory. Let's just repeat what she said there one more time. Hold on.
Welcoming of immigrants. And as finance minister, I have to say that is a huge economic strength.
All right. They've been telling us this anywhere in the Western world. They've been saying the same thing, that it's our strength, right? That we need to import masses of people for our economy or everything's going to fall apart. And we're all going to be poor. And, well, at some point, can we all just kind of take a breath and say, that's utter bullshit. Things have gotten worse. It hasn't improved anything. Decades of what I think that we can now just state, is a complete and utter lie. It's pretty clear now, right? Like it hasn't improved our economy. It hasn't made things better. Everything has gotten worse. Every single thing has gotten worse. None of the promises have come true. It has failed just on every front. We are not fortunate. Okay, what we're doing, it's not like we can, we should never have any immigrants. That's not the point. The point is slowly, reasonably, and people that we need. How many Uber drivers do we really need in Canada? We could use some more doctors. We don't seem to be getting those. They've been selling us this lie that it's all going to be a disaster. It's going to be the end of the world if we don't just mass import people in, right? Well, the results are in. It's bullshit. It has made things actually worse. And it's going to continue. How do they just stand there? She knows that. She knows that. How did they just, these people are psychopaths, to just stand there and keep lying over and over and over again. I mean, maybe it weighs on her. Maybe that's why she's so twitchy. I don't know. You know what this is? Let's watch it one more time.
It's probably the country in the world which is the most welcoming of new Canadians, which is the most welcoming of immigrants. And as finance minister, I have to say that is a huge economic strength.
Huge economic strength. Well, you're going to have to try harder to convince us, I guess. This is the definition of gaslighting, right? It's something to behold. This effortless lying. It's truly remarkable. This is not somebody who gives a shit about the country, just like her sugar daddy, Justin Trudeau. Like the mentality, like how do you, do these people have no conscience to stand up there and say this shit? They know they're hurting the country that they're supposed to be trying to help and improve. How can they not know it? Are they that detached from reality? Have they not seen the polls? All right. Let's see what the people have to say about it. And on a scale of 1 out of 10, how out of touch is Freeland? 10. If 10 is the most out of touch, 10. Let's see. With all that power and stolen money Christian Freeland has, she certainly does not look happy with that perpetual frowny face. What a miserable witch. No comment. 10. There's a 10. 20 out of 10. You know what? I changed my pick. 20 out of 10 too. No, 21 out of 10. Totally out to sea on this issue. What is the per capita revenue the Liberal government will receive for these refugees? Well, also it's also she knows she's lying because she knows that per capita productivity is down in Canada. I think it's one of the only like G7 countries or something where that's the case. She is living in an upside down clown world. She should resign now. Social capacity. Get lost, lady. She's not living in our reality. Well, that's true. If she were, maybe she'd have a different opinion. She is not out of touch. She is carrying out her duties as dictated by the WEF. She is an elite Nazi leader soldier after all. Well, here, WEF, I don't believe she is anymore, but for a long time she was on the board of the WEF while she was deputy prime minister and finance minister. How is that even allowed? Let's see. 10. No doctors, no houses. Food bank usage is at an all-time high. Healthcare system in shambles. I mean, honestly, they're better off anywhere but Canada. I guess that's why so many of them are leaving. Well, that's true, actually. I think it's like 30% of immigrants are leaving before they've been here for 5 years. Because, yeah, Canada, it's not the Canada of the past. It's not the Canada that I remember from my youth, that's for sure. Certainly what she's implying with more homes is likely something like this. Yeah, I think that's the plan. All right, let's move on to the next thing. Kind of a bummer. I'm getting too angry. Let's go to the puppies. Let's go back to the puppies. What's going on here? Oh dear, look at this. Come on, go, go, go. Well, that's adorable. Look at those little guys. You know, my favorite part of this is that Justin Trudeau isn't giving any of these puppies vaginoplasties. It would really wreck the whole thing. Okay, let's move on. Official opposition. He's being asked a question by Rebel News reporter David Menzies. He's the one who was arrested for trying to ask Chrystia Freeland a question on the street. Here's him asking a question of Pierre Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre, David Menzies with Rebel News. Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals use both a carrot and a stick to control journalists in Canada. The carrot is obviously government money, including massive payments to publishers and broadcasters. This corrupts their editorial independence. The stick is regulation, including censorship, banning reporters from press conferences, the CRA's journalism licensing regime, and the CRTC's new power to alter search engine algorithms. My question, sir, is this: which of these carrots and sticks would you keep as Prime Minister, and which would you repeal?
Thank you. We are going to repeal C11, the censorship law, which allows CRTC bureaucrats to secretly manipulate social media algorithms to promote certain information, demote other information, and censor certain things altogether. This is a form of censorship.
Yeah, so he's talking about Bill C11, the Online Streaming Act. This is Trudeau's attempt to control online news, essentially, in Canada. There's also Bill C18, which is officially the Online News Act. But Bill C11, it's really about controlling opinion. It allows the CRTC, which is a government body in Canada, regulator, to instruct or to force streaming companies like YouTube, for instance, force them to promote what they want them to promote. They call it, authentic Canadian content. Well, we know what that is. Do you think my stuff is going to be authentic Canadian content? I don't think the CRTC is going to see it that way. Right, so it allows them to essentially control the algorithms, and so that they will have to promote the stuff that the CRTC, which is really we're just saying the Trudeau Liberals now, right? And that institution, all the institutions in Canada are far left, they're far gone, right? Already, you probably wouldn't even need to tell them what to do, but I would expect, with the level of corruption with the Trudeau regime, that they would be anyway. But yeah, that's what he's talking about with Bill C11 there. It's an attempt by the regime to control what Canadians can see and hear, and ultimately say too. Anyway, let's continue.
That exists nowhere in the democratic world. Margaret Atwood actually said this was creeping totalitarianism. This is Margaret Atwood. She's not a conservative, obviously not a conservative, but she's an artist, a true artist, who believes that freedom of expression and freedom of the press is necessary. We're going to stop arresting journalists. It's outrageous for the Prime Minister and his government to have journalists arrested for merely for asking questions of ministers and public officials. And we're going to make sure that the government does not use tax dollars to leverage news coverage in its favor. Right now, Justin Trudeau is censoring those that he disagrees with and trying to buy off the rest. And that undermines confidence among Canadians in the news media.
Mr. Poilievre, David Menzies.
So I like all of that. I'm a supporter of Pierre Poilievre. Cautiously optimistic. You know, I have watched conservative governments fail and basically just lie to the people. Like the Conservative Party in the UK. If I were a British conservative, I'd be furious at them. So, you know, the fear is that once they're in office, they just turn into Trudeau light, you know, that there's a globalist streak that comes out. I don't anticipate that's going to happen. I mean, I'm certain that there'll be things that I don't like or that don't go far enough, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I like what I'm hearing from him. He's definitely not Trudeau. He feels Canadian. He is a real actual Canadian, right? He's not a globalist. So I think there's reason for optimism, you know, and I think there's an appetite for change I think there's an appetite to roll back a lot of the absolute crazy woke lunacy that we've seen in this country. So, yeah, I'm going in with a great deal of optimism to, you know, unless there's some disaster or Trudeau decides to, you know, do like some, you know, complete overhaul of the election rules or something, you know, and we see like a fortification in the next election, like we did in like the Americans saw in 2020. But anyway, you know what? I'm not gonna get blackpilled here. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. What are the people saying about this? Let's see. There's a bunch of TrueAnon in here, it looks like. Yeah. Looks like, yeah, that's the thing. TrueAnon is what we call those kind of delusional Trudeau supporters who just will never give in. You know, they're the lifers, you know. They're beyond reason, you know, and beyond just seeing reality. So we call them TrueAnon. All right, that's what we just saw. How about a change of pace here? Let's see. You really, from Dr. Jebra Fauché, which is a parody account, you really have to check in with people to see how they are feeling about their gender pronouns. It can change from day to day. All right, this is going to be it's going to be goofy. Let's watch.
I'm assuming this is a genuine question, but it's also an important thing that I should probably talk about. Yes, pronouns do not equal gender, but that does not mean that I don't feel comfortable with certain pronouns on certain days where I feel different genders. Society has conditioned us into thinking that she, her is girl and he, him is boy. That's just a fact. Because of that, my gender that I feel just happens to correlate with those pronouns. So that's also why I don't say that there's like a male day or a female day. No, I say that it's he, him, or it's she, her, or she, they, or whatever. Also, this system is not exact to other people. It's not the same for other people. I just happen to use this because it's what I'm comfortable with. Denounce gender roles, but respect gender identity. That's what I live by. Also, please don't use gender with quotation marks because it just makes me feel like I'm invalidated. I'm assuming this is a genuine question.
Are you ready to validate that? makes me this insane fantasy world, which is impossible for anybody to remember. It makes me feel invalidated if you don't go along with it, right? If you don't believe in my bizarre fantasy world, that makes me feel invalidated. Let's what's the beginning again?
But it's also an important thing that I should probably talk about. Yes, pronouns do not equal gender, but that does not mean that I don't feel comfortable with certain pronouns on certain days where I feel different genders. Society has conditioned us into thinking that she, her is girl and he, him is boy. That's just a fact. Because of
Society has conditioned us to recognize reality. TikTok has conditioned you to be insane. I mean, I really, at the end of the day, I just find it sad. You know, this is just a universe of utter and total confusion. Somebody a young person being manipulated by frauds, by phonies, by cultists. You know, it's tragic, isn't it? At the end of the day, I don't even really want to make fun of her because it's sad to see a young person wasting their youth on lunacy. This is a great point. I'm going to hold on a second. Going back to back to Chrystia Freeland again. Her solution, talking about immigration, her solution is to bring in millions of unskilled people who will become power users of healthcare and government handouts. One thing a lot of Canadians don't know is that because people can bring in their whole extended families, a friend of mine is a nurse and she used to work in the ICU, and it was full of people's grandparents who had just gotten off the plane like a week before or earlier and were in the ICU. What's happening was people were getting really sick and then they would fly their family in to go into the ICU, which is, I think it's something like $7,000 a day, the cost. So, that's another issue, right? Do we need to bring in like people's grandparents? Right? I mean, I don't mean to sound harsh or unfeeling. It's just that can our healthcare system suddenly absorb, every grandparent from the third or second world, right? Who's going to need healthcare, like serious healthcare. Like this is a real issue, right? Like it goes beyond empathy. It just gets down to numbers. It goes down to resources. It goes down to the amount of hours that people can work and the number of people that are available to work in healthcare. Like these are real questions. It's like you're pro-immigration, right? Well, I mean, nobody doesn't want is saying nobody can ever cross our borders again, right? Nobody's saying that, but there has to be some common sense, Oh, you're for immigration. You're just straight across the board for immigration. Well, what about 50 million people in 1 year? They'll never answer that question. What about 1 billion people? They will never answer that question. They're incapable of it. They've never been in a conversation where anybody ever even brought it up. Like what is there a limit? Again, talk to somebody, talk to a lefty about this. They will not answer the question of, well, what's too many? Because obviously there's a number, right? I mean, Canada's a very big country. Most of it's not unsettled, but I challenge you to just walk into the mountains and decide to live. I'm going to make a new life in Canada, like on a mountain, like with no infrastructure. I'm going to build a cabin. They're not going to build cabins. What would even be the point in that, right? How did I get started on that rant? Oh yeah, from that from that chat. Bring in millions of unskilled people who will become power users of healthcare and government handouts. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I guess there's a utility in just having people that can vote who are totally dependent on you, right? It's an old trick. Let's see. When you kill over 4 times as many people as Hitler, but nobody cares. Yeah, it really is the tragedy of Western civilization, that a major tragedy that it was decided. It appears academics decided and historians decided early. They're gonna go light on the Stalin stuff, on like the Holodomor, on what happened to the kulaks. They're going to go light on that, on the gulags, the millions and millions and millions of people that died intentionally in the Soviet Union without even getting to China. I mean, Mao was an absolute psychotic madman, maniac, psychopath. At some point, they decided we're going to go light on that one. We're going to focus on this other guy for some reason. I mean, when you're in that club, right, of like Hitler, Stalin, Mao, right, it's almost kind of pointless to compare because they were all these are the greatest monsters in history, right? It's just odd that they decided to just forget. Well, we're not going to mention those other 2 guys for some reason. There's something about their ideology that we're just not going to talk about that. And with tragic consequences in the West, possibly extremely tragic consequences in the left, in the West. All right. Yeah. Again, this is like another, like, young people don't know anything about communism, right? All those socialists, all those people with the Che Guevara t-shirt, they don't know anything about him. If they knew anything about him, they wouldn't like him. You get students at universities walking around with hammers and sickles on their arms. Either they don't know anything about what that represents, or they're psychopaths, or they do and they're fine with it. I mean, I assume some of the modern communists, certainly the professors, do know, and they don't care. I mean, these are the guys in the, got to break a few eggs to make an omelet crowd. And there was a conversation saying that's attributed to Orwell, where like a champagne socialist was talking about the Soviet Union and saying, you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, which I think is originally accredited to Lenin, I think. But anyway, Orwell is said to have retorted that, well, where's the omelet, right? That's the brutal reality. There is no omelet. There never will be an omelet. They're just breaking eggs. And by eggs, I mean people. Let's see how many more we got to get through here. There's still quite a few. Wow. I always think that with these streams, which I haven't been doing for that long, I think I've only been doing it for like about 3 months, maybe 4 months or something. But I always think that when I'm like an hour in, that I'm not going to go that long. And then I end up going 4.5 hours. I think we'll keep going. What time is it now? It's 2:51. So that would be almost 2:51. That would be 3.5 hours, 3 hours, 20 minutes so far. Wow. It's amazing. Constant babbling, and it just keeps happening. Here's something that powerful start to a school board meeting. So this is a school board meeting in current year. So prepare yourselves.
I'm a proud he, she, they, them, whatever.
I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's weird and pissed off, whatever it is.
What the? Start over again.
I'm a proud he, she, they, them, whatever. I am a boyfriend to a beautiful woman. I am a girlfriend to a handsome trans man. And I'm also a girlfriend to an incredibly beautiful woman.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Shall I continue?
Growing up in this town, my mother always told me to love myself for who I am, not what I am not. Not all of us can be as lucky and have a supporter like that. In fact, I knew friends in school who would bring in.
Okay, I'm just going to say that was bad advice. Terrible advice. I bet the mother wishes she could take it all back. Why did I say that? Why did I tell him to accept himself just as he is? Huge mistake. This is not what I signed up for. Anyway, we should continue.
An entire change of clothes with them so they could dress the way that they felt inside and be free of persecution that they would feel at home or the sideways glances. One of the first things we learn in a healthy family is trust, and unfortunately, some parents don't trust their children when they say, "This is me," and they make that decision for them.
Huh. So, this is current year. Why make that speech? Why make that speech? You know why? Because current year, that's why, Mr. or Mrs. or Z or Zem or whatever, or thing, or it. Kind of speechless, I gotta say. Let's see. Pink Roses 01 says, it's not showing up on the screen for some reason, but that's okay. I couldn't care less how people dress or their fantasies of who they believe they are, but they should keep it from the kids. That's when all I see is a deviant entity. Well, I'm like, couldn't care less how people dress or the fantasies of who they believe they are. Keep it from the kids. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm like that. I think the same thing. I think I want to live in a free society, right, where adults can do as they choose. But I think there is, one. I think there's one request. There is one, consideration here is that keep it away from children. Don't confuse children. Don't conduct a giant social experiment on a generation of children. A social experiment that you don't know how it's going to turn out, but there's good reason to believe that it's not going to turn out well. Like, what an insanely reckless thing to do. To conduct a bizarre social experiment on a generation of children, feeding them bizarre nonsense and stories about this thing called gender. Right? Gender and sex were always just synonymous. And then there was a redefinition of the word gender into this bizarre, abstract concept, unfalsifiable, right? I've said this a million times. If you are omnigender, which means that you're all genders at once, okay? If you're omnigender, you're not omnigender because it's not real. That if you think that you're omnigender, all right, your ideology is obviously false because that's ridiculous. It's just a thing you've made up. That's not some falsifiable thing. You can't. How do you quantify that, right? I'm all genders at once, all of them, all the infinite numbers, right? This is clearly, if that's what you believe, your belief system is clearly false. It's just an article of faith. We're expected to take this article of faith, these other people's faith, and adopt it for ourselves. This bizarre abstract concept. Now, pushing that on children and confusing them is an insanely reckless social experiment. One that any sane person would say it is inhuman to do that. especially when it will lead to a lifetime of medicalization, sterilization. I mean, if you're starting children, children are being socially transitioned at school at like 5 and 6, how is there anything more irresponsible than that? I can't imagine. I mean, it's hard to imagine anything more senseless and irresponsible, I guess. To me, it feels like a crime, like a prosecutable crime. I wonder if anybody on the internet had anything to say about this. He's a she, but also a they with a little of them. That is perfect. I feel like I missed something. Why did he feel the need to say all that? Narcissism, I'm guessing. I said I wasn't going to cry, but damn it, that was beautiful. Let's see. So basically, he's bisexual and likes to dress in women's clothes. Am I missing something? I don't think so. I don't think you're the one who's missing something. Just threw open my mouth a little bit. I thought it was. I didn't know that Seth Rogen became trans.
I'm a proud he, she, they, them, whatever.
Are we sure that's not Seth Rogen?
I'm a proud he, she, they, them, whatever. I am.
Well, you know what? He got the whatever part right. So let's give him credit for that. All right. Let's see. Meanwhile, in Canada, doctors in Canada researching modern healthcare treatments. Yeah, we already went over this, didn't we? Babylon Bee. In a major win for diversity, airline hires blind pilot. I think that's probably coming next. I don't think we're so far away from that. Let's see. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, meet the dream team at the manufacturer that made the plane door that just blew off in the middle of a flight, that Alaska Airlines flight. So this is the dream team. They make planes with doors that fly off mid-flight. Good job. That's equity for you.
Let's go, girl.
I better not play the music. For one thing, it's awful, and also it'll get the stream demonetized. And they all get demonetized anyway, so I don't know. Let's see. It's worth noting that this was written in 2022. Brilliant. Safe to say that even the team at the Babylon Bee could not come up with what Alaska Air have become. Let's watch this.
Gay! 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 When I say gay, you say gay, gay! 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 When I say gay, you say gay, gay! Gay! Gay!
All the pretty girls walk like this.
In a sense, it pains me to have to make fun of this stuff because I've got a friend who's gay, great guy, right? I'm not I am fine with people doing, loving who they love, whatever. I just don't have a problem at all, right? Really, am I libertarian? I don't know, but I don't want to tell other adults what to do, and I just don't fucking care because how is it even really my business, really? But this is something different. This is it's politicized, right? It's like this show of virtue. Why would this fill you with confidence that you're going to get to your destination fine? Why? What about this? This is Alaska Airlines. What about this? It's supposed to make me think that I'm going to get to my destination. Okay, Alaska Airlines. That's the airline where the door just flew off the fucking plane mid-flight. And there weren't any trannies to stop it. I don't blame trannies for it happening. I just don't see how all of this helps. It's just obvious, blatant virtue signaling, right? It's just, it's weird, and I don't understand why we're supposed to celebrate it. Like, it's not like is sodomy an accomplishment now? Is like scissoring an accomplishment? I don't really get it. Fine, if that's what you're into, go ahead, do that. It's not. I don't. Whatever. Don't care. But why do we have to celebrate it? Is the thing I don't get. You know? Pink Rose says, constantly shoving it in our faces. It's past boring. Yeah, it is past boring. And it's just gotten weird at this point. Like, really, really strange. Again, I don't understand the celebrating thing. Like, why is that necessary? Like, in my opinion, like, your identity, whether it's racial or sexuality, whatever, is the least interesting thing about you, right? Why would anybody want to just hear about that all the time? Like, what else you got? Are you smart? Are you funny? You know, are you brave? Are you talented? Are you somebody who can be counted on in a jam? You know, have you got something else? Have you got something else other than just that? Other than this?
Gay! 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 When I say gay, you say gay, gay! 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 When I say gay, you say gay, gay!
Surely that guy must have something else going on in his life other than just being gay every second of the day. I mean, is it that great? Is it that great? Is it that much better than anything else? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is that great. Maybe that's why the guy's so happy. Let's see. How far do you think the plane will take us? To the scene of the crash. Yikes. I did a video also this week about DEI at Boeing, and then looking at the airlines DEI programs. And essentially, long story short, you can watch that video. It's pretty informative, but essentially they're prioritizing executive bonuses at Boeing on, it used to be just on, profits and safety were the two considerations, right? I guess in balance with each other. And now they've shifted it to like 40% of the bonus structure is around meeting DEI goals, which means quotas, right? Which means you've got to get this many people for this position, and it doesn't matter the rest of the talent pool that you can draw from. Here's this one talent pool. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. You've got to get this many people from it. It's not even a racial thing. It's just like, how many people are applying, right? And if you have to take a group out of that and apply them, and out of that group have a fixed number of positions, right? Well, you're obviously better off just drawing from the entire pool and just taking the best people from the entire pool and let the chips fall where they may. Because after all, you do have people's lives in your hands, right? Anyway, you can check out that video. It goes into all that stuff. All right, let's move on. I mean, I just don't understand why we're supposed to celebrate people's sexual acts. I just don't get it. You know, like if that standard was across the board, then like the the adult video awards would be bigger than the Oscars. Anyway, this is an interesting video here. There's a lot of videos of Joe Biden looking confused and stuff. Again, Joe looks completely lost. Check out the eyes here.
This is Morgan Sherwin. This is Morgan Sherwin and Sam Cerruti. They're our team members here. They help us. They help us, service and sales. Good to see you. This is Morgan Sherwin.
You know, I would feel sorry for him if he wasn't so evil. You know, because it does look like elder abuse. I mean, he's obviously not running anything. I mean, come on. I mean, it's so blatantly obvious this man is not in charge of anything. He's a figurehead. They're pumping him full of drugs for his public appearances. He probably goes into a cryogenic chamber right after. If he does good that day, if he doesn't say anything too embarrassing, they give him butterscotch pudding before he goes to bed. And I think it's like that. Let's see. What do we got going on here? This is interesting. I also did a video this week on YouTube censorship. You know, they took down one of my videos last week for no reason. It just didn't make any sense at all. It was kind of like, it was about Stephen Hawking, and then he's in those Epstein Island documents. And like, I know that there's awful shit that happened there. But I was just saying in the video that, you know, I just find it kind of hard to believe that, you know, a man who literally can't move would be in an orgy. Like, he'd die 5 seconds into it, you know? Like, what seems a lot more likely is that there was a conference there, a science conference. Epstein funded those sorts of things. And in fact, there was at that time that he was there. And that kind of more explains it, right? And I got banned for harassment, targeted harassment. I'm assuming of Hawking, I don't see how you could even harass somebody who's no longer in existence. Doesn't make any sense. But then there's also a letter that Google Ads just sent out, basically saying they're just gonna, you know, they're gonna deal with sensitive events differently. It's an election year, right? They're telling you up front, like, don't cross us. We know who we want to win. You're either on our side or you're not, you know? Let's see. Cara Buddy saying, check his bank account for payments. Well, I think that they already know about the payments, don't they? Talking about Biden here. But yeah. And Pink Rose says, according to Jill, he's good to go. And yes, he's got the eyes of a demon. I think he's got the eyes of a coma patient. He has the eyes of a guy who doesn't know where he is. But anyway, back to this one. Shaney Rich, this guy just got banned. He had 150,000 subscribers on YouTube, and they banned him. And we're going to see a lot more of this from YouTube, a lot more. Because again, like, it's election year and they mean business, right? So he says, this is the real reason that YouTube banned me. He actually did a interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, and his channel was nuked. Like later that night, I think is what happened. Let's take
Trump
a look.
or Biden?
I ain't gonna lie. Trump, my mother dog.
Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
When Joe Biden spoke on the black community, this mother had the nerve enough to say, if we don't vote for him, then we not black. Well, guess what, Joe? I ain't vote for your ass, and I'm as black as the mother concrete.
How do you feel about Trump getting indicted?
They need to free my boy. He been exposing, and they don't like that. Trump 2024, my brother.
They know they can't get him for none of the real. Get it, gang.
Yeah.
I ain't used to like that, but now, bro, I realize that he meant well for the country, bro. We need that back. Free Trump. Trump 2024.
How do you feel about Trump being taken off the ballot in Colorado?
I think it's bull. I'll write him in if I have to.
I think it's unconstitutional.
I don't think it's right
Why?
because he hasn't been convicted of anything. You know, I mean, I'm not his fan, but
I don't think anyone should tell anyone who can run or not.
I just know right is right, wrong is wrong. Everybody got a voice, and you know what I'm saying? Nobody should be silenced for their truth.
Trump 2024, you know what I'm saying? Forever. That boy, free Kodak, man.
So yeah, I can see that. I mean, that will get you banned from YouTube now. Absolutely. But I will say that, and I'd never heard of this guy before. I heard, I just saw something on Twitter. His channel got canceled. There's some of his videos. He's now on Rumble, and he's gaining subscribers, followers fast on Twitter as well. Oh, this is a classic. I think this has been around for a while. This is illustrating narrative control in the mainstream media.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Apparently something's really really dangerous to our democracy. Again, it's weird, right? Over and over and over and over and over again. I guess until people don't believe it anymore, or even if they don't, just keep saying it anyway. All right. Where are we going? What time is it now? It's 3:15. So we've got 45 minutes to make it 4.5 hours. Can we make it, people? Do you guys even want me to keep going? That's the question at this point. Pink Rose says MSM or cesspool. Yes, agree 100%. South Africa is currently leading the ICJ court case against Israel, claiming a genocide is taking place. South Africa is the same country where white farmers are currently being killed in a genocide. Well, this is I also made a video on this a while ago.
Alliance shoot to kill Gaza, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa.
So kill the boar, kill the farmer. And the media immediately came. This made the rounds on social media, and the mainstream media immediately came out and assured everybody, oh, that's just an old folk song in South Africa. Don't worry about that. I mean, the words are literally kill the boar, kill the farmer. But it's just an old protest song, right? I guess people took notice because they are killing the farmers actively, and they have been for a long time. So, and the words are, kill the boar, kill the farmer, and then they're doing that. And but don't worry, don't worry. New York Times wants you to know. I did a video on this as well. New York Times wants you to know. No, it's just they don't mean it. They don't mean it. It's just an old folk song, just an old protest song. That's all. So weird, right? Like that anybody would believe that. But that would be an acceptable explanation for any person. Anybody could be that stupid to fall for that. Poesy Poet says, politicians are dangerous to our way of life. They sure are. The days of like, you know, response. I mean, there's still always, you know, there are going to be new generations of responsible politicians. Happens. It just seems like we have to go through a bunch of just fucking awful ones every once in a while. Anyway, I think they mean kill the farmer when they sing kill the farmer. That's what I think they mean. Oh, this is just, I've been waiting all evening to show this to you. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. It just kind of reappeared in my timeline. Ashley St. Clair says, this will never not be funny. Pink Rose saying, gotta go. Thanks for the video. It's appreciated. Thank you for showing up. And thanks for being in the chat. It really makes it way more fun for me. So this is a classic. And yeah, I've been looking forward to showing this to you all night. One second. All right, let's go.
By the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS. By the
way, we got to hear that again.
By the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS. By the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS. By the way,
it's all Elton John's fault. in Biden's defense, AIDS actually is Elton John's fault, you know. I'm not saying that Elton John fucked an AIDS monkey. I'm not saying that. Just saying it's his fault. All I'm saying. Carabuddy says, is America a democracy? America is a constitutional republic. So with, you know, democratic principles, right? But it's a constitutional republic. A lot of people don't seem to know that. A lot of Americans don't seem to know that. An actual, like, direct democracy would be a disaster. And that's why the founders of the United States did not choose that. You know, that's just mob rule at that point. This will never not be funny. It still is funny. It still is funny. Biden blaming Elton John for AIDS. That's just classic. I mean, that's just, it's sublime is what it is. Let's see. This woman has an organization that charges white people $6,000 so a black person can yell at them that they're racist and white supremacists. This sounds like a joy. All right, let's find out what's going on here.
So this is a friendly reminder to white women who are working with someone on their anti-racism and healing journey, right? So I know that one of the things that happens with you guys is you go to this place where you might need to schedule an additional session, or you might be really struggling with something, and then you have this thought of, oh, I don't want to bother them, right? And I'll figure it out on my own. That is that supremacy thing coming up. You believing that even though you have these things ingrained in the foundation of who you are, that you will somehow, in your superiority, be able to crawl through the fog and the chaos and all of that stuff to get to clarity without assistance from a black person. Oh, I don't need the black person to help me with it.
It sounds like Scientology, getting clarity, you know, going clear. I mean, it's such an obvious scam. How much more obvious could it be? $6,000. So that white liberal women can pay a black woman to shout at them and call them white supremacists. What? I mean, it really is. It's a cult. What else do you call it? I mean, it's an actual cult. The language is that of a cult, you know? Again, if she were talking about Scientology, would you even know the difference? You know? Posey Poet says 2 wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner, what's for lunch. That's democracy. Yeah, exactly. Right. I can't remember the second part of that. Maybe you can throw it in there. Yeah, Carabuddy says the news would make you think it was that America was a democracy. Yeah, because they keep saying that over and over and over again. I think they're trying to trick people. That's my belief. And there is a kind of movement within the Democrats that want to get rid of the Electoral College too, and just go to a straight, like, number of votes across the entire country vote, which would be a fucking disaster. I mean, that would be the end of the United States. It'd be over at that point. You would want to move. If that ever happened, get the fuck out, because it's going to be a disaster. Like historic disaster. And like all of the horrors that are attendant to that, of a civilization collapsing. Think end of the Roman Empire. Declaration of memes. Showing an ID to vote. Well, that makes the lefties very mad. Showing a vaccine passport just to leave your house. They do like that. How can it be? How can it make sense? How can people reconcile this in their brains? Okay. It is it is just horrifically racist to expect somebody to have a government issued ID. However, it's perfectly reasonable for them to need to have an ID to go for dinner or to a movie theater. That's fine. How do they reconcile this in their brains? I have no idea. I guess it's part of the whole cult thing, right? Don't question. Will content like this exposing how dumb Biden supporters are get me banned on this platform too? I don't think he has to worry about X. Let's see what these people are saying.
How do you feel about Joe Biden and his son taking millions of bribes from Ukraine and the Burisma holdings?
Where is the proof?
The whistleblowers, the laptop, and Hunter Biden's tax returns.
But if he wasn't the president's son, this would not be talked about.
Joe Biden always says, we're going to tax the rich, when in reality his son hasn't paid taxes for 3 or 4 years.
There's a whole lot of rich people that haven't paid taxes.
What would stop you from voting for Trump if he was the nominee?
Everything. I would never vote for Trump. He's ruined this country. He's been a cancer for this country.
How though?
All the what? Do you ever watch the news or no?
They say the news is propaganda. What has Biden done for you to?
He's been honest. I feel like he's been honest.
Well, he did the infrastructure bill. Have I seen any money from it? No.
A lot of people now, like there's been these polls that have came out where 60% of America, they say their life was better off under Trump versus Biden. Economically, the border, inflation, the prices of things.
The border? Really?
So he finished about 60 to 70% of the wall.
And he finished 70% of the wall. Where do you pull in that number from?
If you go to whitehouse.gov under the 45th president, which was Donald Trump, that's one of his accomplishments. I mean, who knows if anything's true anymore? You know what I mean? Who knows if anything?
Yes, no.
But that was another one of Hitler's
thing,
was that it's fake news.
How do you guys feel about how for 8 years the so-called news, the mainstream media, was lying about the Trump-Russia collusion to interfere in the 2016 election and to get dirt on other candidates? It was proven. It was
proven to be the case.
It was never proven to be the case, and it was proven that it was orchestrated by Hillary Clinton and the FBI. Did you guys see?
No, it was not. No,
it was though.
You've read that somewhere.
Did you see what they did to Adam Schiff?
Oh yeah, they censored him.
Yeah,
today.
And they literally had Jeff Durham in front of the entire Congress, literally saying that the FBI orchestrated this.
Are you anti-Democrat because you're sounding that way?
What makes you say that?
Because.
Yeah, it's hard for them to imagine anybody being anti-Democrat. It's so weird. I mean, one of the most fascinating things there, I mean, aside from basically all of it, was that she seems to be under the impression that the border is in better shape now under Biden. I don't think she's aware. Here's the thing is that you get the same thing in Canada too. People just not being aware of reality, right? Like 9 million people, at least, they don't know exactly how many, but it's at least 9 million people have crossed across the border facilitated by the Biden administration since he's been in office. 9 million. 9 million. With all the attendant horrors of what happens to women and children at the hands of the coyotes, and people just dying as well, just because it's dangerous, right? Like, if you're that ignorant, how do people... Well, I guess it's easy to be that ignorant. I mean, you don't pay attention and you watch CNN every night. Or you watch The View. Maybe she gets all of her news from The View. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's keep going. We're at 3:30 almost. So half an hour less, half an hour more, and then we've got my 4.5 hours. I don't know why I have that in my head. Like, I do 4.5 hours. I don't know that it really matters, but for some reason, maybe it's my ego. I don't know. 4.5 hours. Keep babbling. From Felix Rex. I am a vegan, gender fluid, and a feminist. I support Antifa and communism. Me, trying to impress her. I'm also a useless piece of shit. Instant classic. Okay, this is interesting. So this is an intersection of Canadian and American politics. Let's take a look. So Vivek Ramaswamy with Ezra Levant, who is the founder of Rebel News Canada.
You mentioned Trudeau in your remarks. You mentioned him again now. What do you make of the man? He's been in power for 8 years now, even though he has a minority government. He's got a coalition. Is he a cautionary tale for Americans? I don't think Americans follow Canadian politics too closely. What should an American know about Justin Trudeau?
This is a preview of coming attractions. I use that sarcastically, unless we course correct here. He's like a Klaus Schwab Jr., sort of a Klaus Schwab disciple. And I think that he is somebody who is a useful puppet. I mean, it's not that this guy is some sort of shining intellect that is somehow a visionary in his own right. He's not. He's a pawn for a managerial class, both within and outside of Canada, that uses people like him as a pawn to advance a transnational globalist agenda that has a single hegemonic view that is fundamentally skeptical of self-governance, does not believe in people's ability to govern themselves, believes in a worldview where people need to be told what the right way is or isn't to live by a small group of aristocratic elites in the back of palace halls. That was the old world European view. It's what's alive and well in Canada, unfortunately, today. And the idea that Trudeau is actually the guy calling the shots is a joke. He's just a puppet, a pawn for that deeper, what I would call permanent state. And I think that much similar to the United States, I think that that's a big part of what you're seeing happening in Canada now as well.
No, it needs another round of applause. So, I got to say, I'm extremely impressed with Vivek. I mean, he just nailed it there, talking about Trudeau, right? This is a smart guy. I know a lot of people don't trust him. I mean, he's new, right? He just kind of emerged into people's consciousness. But the guy is very smart. And again, I'm not a mind reader. But the guy is very, very smart, very well. He has a great understanding of, as far as I can tell, geopolitics. He understands Canadian politics, or Trudeau anyway, very well. He really nailed that one. He's an impressive guy. It'd be really interesting to see what he does in future years. I mean, obviously, Trump is going to get the nomination, and but it's going to be very interesting to see what he does. He's somebody to follow for sure. Poet says, if Biden got more votes than any other president, I am a Canadian citizen that loves Trudeau. Yeah. Well, I mean, they did a great job fortifying, right? Fortifying. Hold on a second. Posty Post says he's an Obama impersonator. Who? Maybe it's getting late for me here, so you gotta You've got to forgive my failing brain, my broken down brain. This is a good one. Declaration of memes. Never forget. Stay home so we can make COVID disappear like the security footage from Epstein's cell. That's a good one. I like it when they just throw that in there, you know? Should we take a look at this one? It's kind of a long video. We won't watch the whole thing. Let's just get the gist of it here. Another one from Vivek. I mean, I enjoy listening to this guy.
All right, we are riding with Vivek here, and the question is what are you going to do to take on internet censorship?
Look, first thing you got to realize is it's not big tech censorship. We got to call it the right thing. The first step to solving a problem is to name it. It's government tech censorship. That's really what this mostly is. The government's using tech companies to do through the back door what the government could not directly do through the front door under the Constitution. That's illegal behavior. And so I was the first person to write about this, or along with another law professor, in January of 2021, right in the days and the aftermath of January 6th. I argued that what tech companies were doing right then, censoring speech, censoring Trump and otherwise, was at the direction of government actors that were causing them to censor content that otherwise couldn't be censored directly through the front door, and that it was illegal. Back in 2021, it was dismissed as a conspiracy theory at the time. Now we know the reality is far worse than we imagined. That's illegal behavior. I think any government bureaucrat that has instructed a private company to do something that the government couldn't do directly needs to be held accountable. So Elon did it with Twitter, released this Twitter files. I'm going to release in first year the state action files. Anytime a government bureaucrat has pressured a private company to do something the government couldn't do directly, we're going to publish it, and we're going to hold the bad actors accountable. So that's how I'm going to deal with that.
Great. That's actually a really...
See what I mean? Like, he's not just making, assertions, right? Like Twitter files. Like, we know from the Twitter files that what he's saying is true.
Really engaged response. What I want to immediately ask is...
One more policy matter on this is Section 230 needs to be turned into an opt-in statute. So there's Section 230 C1 and C2. Forget C1 for a second. C2 says that these companies cannot be sued under state laws. There are many states that have laws that say you can't discriminate against somebody based on their political viewpoint. Section 230 C2 says, notwithstanding those state laws, a tech company can't be sued for doing it because there's a federal law that gives them a federal blanket of immunity. My view is you can't have it both ways. So if you want to be a private company, that's fine. Operate as a private company, but you don't get that liability wrapper. Just the same thing the way they do it for the vaccine manufacturers, by the way. But if you want the liability wrapper in the tech company's case, then you're bound by the same constraints as the federal government, including the First Amendment to the Constitution. So I know it was a little technical, but I wanted to give you, it's an important part of the answer.
Will you commit to going agency by agency in the federal government? Everywhere from the FBI, the DHS, the National Science Foundation, DOD, State Department, agency by agency, killing every single government grant and contract related to domestic mis and disinformation.
Yes. That's an easy, I thought this was going to be a harder question than that.
Well,
yes.
I find the guy very impressive. I mean, okay, Poet, you're saying the guy's the great pretender. I don't know. I mean, look, I take everybody with a grain of salt, right? And this is certainly the kind of thing that I want to hear. I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what's in the guy's mind, right? All I'm saying is that I like what I'm hearing, and the guy is impressive. I mean, maybe it is all bull. I don't know. That's entirely possible, right? But I enjoy the fact that we're starting to hear the kinds of things that we all have wanted to hear for a while, right? Like Polyev is very popular in Canada because he's actually saying the things that are appealing to Canadians. Canadians have wanted to hear, and that frankly, the conservative leadership has been way too much of a pussy to say for a long time, right? So we kind of been waiting for people to kind of speak sense and cut the crap, basically. So either way, it's a good sign. Just the fact that there is a Vivek Ramaswamy saying these things is an important change. It's an important turn, in the political culture. So just that in itself is a good thing. It's positive. Let's see what else we got here. I think we're getting to the end here. I don't know how much more I can do. Oh, we got to hear this. Only Trump would just hire like the hot lawyers, right? I mean, she's obviously very competent as well, but it's so Trump.
Good afternoon. Let's remember that before I walked into court, we had already lost. That was clear with his motion for summary judgment. Before witnesses, before experts, and do I think any of it mattered? I certainly hope so. But for anybody that was in the courtroom for the last 11 weeks, you heard that there was not one fact against President Trump. There was not one piece of paper that showed anyone committed fraud. And don't forget that Section 6312, a consumer fraud statute, has been wrongfully used against my client, innocent defendants, the organization, and every employee of the Trump organization, which has single-handedly changed the New York skyline, including the building we are in today. These are special properties. Real estate is an art, not a science. But you know what else is an art? You know what else isn't a science? Political motivated individuals. She's using this to paint a canvas that Donald Trump is a fraudster because they can't beat him in the polls. They can't beat him in the polls. So she ran on Trump because that was the only way she could win. And now today, after 11 weeks, after 3 years, we have concluded that he indeed committed no wrong. The Trump organization committed no wrong, and the kids have been dragged in just like the other defendants, and it is wrong. America needs to step up, and there's only one person who can do that. My client, Donald Trump. President Trump, everybody.
So, yeah, it is like, it's such an obvious, transparent, like, persecution, fraud, this whole, I mean, we start talking about the New York case there, right? She's talking about the New York case. We've already been over it earlier tonight. We don't need to retread it, but yeah, it's just such an obvious fraud, isn't it? You know what I've forgotten to do the entire night for now over, it's actually over 4, is that over? I think it's over 4 hours now. I forgot to ask anybody to subscribe. So subscribe to the channel. Wherever you are, either YouTube or at Rumble. One thing I would really like to do is get the Rumble channel to have more subscribers than the YouTube, because I think I'm going to get nuked on YouTube at some point. Could happen at any time, really. But I've got like 11,400 on subscribers on YouTube. I would like to get more than that on Rumble. I've got about 50, was it 5,600 or something on Rumble right now? So like roughly half. So yeah, subscribe to the channel on Rumble, and let's make that happen. Let's make the dream happen. And because, you know, you don't want to miss, because, you know, at the beginning of every live stream on Friday night, we get Grok to write poems about Justin Trudeau that involve him having a vaginoplasty and blackface, right? Like, anybody who's watching now who missed it earlier, we had them, Grok write a poem about it, right? There's a couple. We had it write a short story about Justin Trudeau starting a communist black-faced colony on the moon, right? And then eventually he gets shot into a supernova by aliens. So that's the sort of thing you don't want to miss. And if you subscribe, you're not going to miss it, you know? So, you know what to do. Let's see. So Homestead, we already looked at that. I think we're getting to the end here. Okay. This is the chief content officer at YouTube. This is the guy who just got banned from YouTube for apparently just being a Trump supporter. Now, this is funny, but it's not actually. This is a joke that may be interpreted as fact, not associated with YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised, though. That's the thing. Would you really be surprised if you found out that's the person who decides who gets canceled off YouTube, who's get banned off YouTube? I wouldn't be surprised in the least. I mean, that literally is the world we're living in now. The left is trying to kill satire. Maybe that's the whole goal of the woke mind virus of wokeness is just to kill satire. Maybe that's what it's all about in the end. Let's see. This is is it in Chicago? Let's take a look. Hold on.
Politically, having over 500 people in our community would completely wipe out any interest we have. Are you aware that there are immigrant advocates at state houses all over this country who are advocating for non-citizen voting in local elections? What if that happened here? That would change the mindset of what we as a Black community need to thrive here in Chicago. That's a concern of ours. This is much bigger than the mayor of Chicago or Chicago Police Department. This is an effort to destroy our neighborhoods and silence our voices even further. Politically, having over 500 people in our community would completely wipe out any interest we have.
So the question, I believe that's in Chicago, and the question, or maybe that's, I'm not sure actually, but this is happening in cities across the U.S. And the question is that, because we talked earlier about everybody has a line, right? Where whatever your political affiliation, everybody has a line. I think it's generally, this applies to people who vote for left-wing parties. Everybody has a line where it starts to affect them in a way that they can't tolerate, right? And they say, okay, that's enough. You know, they have like an epiphany and go, okay, no, I can't support this any longer. And I guess the question is, with the illegal immigrants flooding, Democrat cities that have declared themselves sanctuary cities, right? Well, now that people are being bussed up there, so from the border, so that the border towns and cities are not forced to bear the entire burden. So now New York, Chicago, other places are feeling it, are feeling the consequences of their votes. Will there be finally a break? The Black vote, will it break from the Democrats? I wouldn't hold my breath. But will it? I mean, will you see a change? Instead of 87%, will you see 75% for the Democrats? It seems like there's a line. They're finding that line where it's like, no, I can't tolerate this anymore. Right? However much my identity has been tied to a particular party or a particular kind of politics, this is no longer sustainable. I have to change. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. But I mean, obviously they're at a point where they can't ignore the consequences any longer, right? What is this? Trans activist shows off blasphemous armpit tattoo saying God is a trans woman. Why do they always look like this? That's a good question. Is there like some sort of connection? Because this isn't angry, like giving the middle finger, right? It's not like a happy smile there. It's like an angry smile. Is there like a connection between like antisocial behavior and like anger at society and many of these far left activists, like trans activists? I want, at least from a sociological perspective. Is there some kind of connection there? Because it always seems kind of angry, right? There's always something very, like there's a lot of, they call it Trantifa, so like trans Antifa. There's something very antisocial, it seems, in a lot of this. In the far left side of this, like the socialist, communist, Antifa side of things. It doesn't seem that healthy. I mean, this will be an atheist, right? So God is a trans woman. It's just a provocation. That's the whole point of it. And on the armpit, it's just a provocation. So that's a statement in and of itself, right? That's an antisocial statement in and of itself. I'm sure probably will be working for the Biden administration soon. Where are we next? Chris Christie suspends campaign to spend more time with family-sized 12-piece chicken meal from KFC. Babylon B is good. I like it. Onion's no good anymore, sadly. Let's see. Would you feel safer with an all-male flight crew or an all-female flight crew? All-male flight crew or an all-female flight crew? Well, my only question is, so an all-female flight crew, how are they going to fly the plane and make sandwiches? One of those is going to suffer. I apologize to any women that are listening right now. I'm sure you can take it. What if, like, the pilot just keeps, like, flying, like, going in circles, flying over their ex-boyfriend's house over and over and again? She's in there. I know she's in there. Again, I apologize to my female viewers, but I'm going to keep doing that. This is interesting. I think Elon Musk said something about this too. After they're done filling up your kids' schools with illegals, they will then demand you house illegals in your home too. Obviously, why wouldn't they? Right? Why wouldn't they? Like, he's mayor of New York. New York's going to vote for him no matter what. So, why not? What's really to stop it? Like,
it is my vision to take the next step to this, go to the faith-based locales, and then move to private residents. There are residents who are suffering right now because of economic challenges. They have spare rooms, they have locales, and if we can find a way to get over the 30-day rule and other rules that government has in its place, we can take that $4.2 billion, 4.3 even maybe now, that we potentially have to spend, and we can put it back in the pockets of everyday New Yorkers, everyday houses of worship, instead of putting it in the pockets of corporations. And some of those corporations, it is my vision.
It's pretty obvious where it's going, right? So you've got, the Biden administration facilitating millions and millions, up to 9 million at least so far across the border, right? They want them there. It's intentional. And then building, like, putting them in hotels. The hotels run out, and then they start putting them in tent cities, and then in schools, right? And now, according to the mayor of New York, you give people here's a few $100. Take a migrant into your home, who, by the way, we have no fucking idea who this person is because they threw away their ID before they crossed over the border. So could be anybody. But here's a few $100. Take them into your house. What's the next step? I mean, all of this is insane. Like, every step that I just mentioned is insane, right? Like, an administration facilitating illegal immigration into the country. That's the first step. That's crazy on its own, right? But why would it be strange? Like, why would anybody think that they wouldn't just decide that, well, now we're going to tell people that they're going to take migrants into their homes with their families? That's the obvious next step, right? I mean, would anybody be surprised if that was the next step? I guess that's the question. You guys let me know if anybody's still got the energy to chat, to type something into the chat. What's going on here? The post-millennials, Libby Emmons, on Paramount's attempts to minimize William Shatner's contribution to Star Trek. Well, I won't be having that. Shatner is the king.
Yeah,
Have you seen? Did you see the stuff that Shatner has been posting about how they've been trying to minimize his impact on Star Wars by whenever they do
Star
like,
Trek.
Yeah, what did I say?
You said Star Wars.
That they've been minimizing the work he did for Star Trek by, like, anytime they make posters of all the captains, they never include Kirk.
Or they include the new Kirk.
Yes.
So, like, whichever Chris it was, Kirk.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I have not seen that. I don't think you could possibly minimize the original Captain Kirk. I do not think you could minimize Shatner. He's the only Star Trek captain who actually has gone to space, right? So I don't think you could minimize that. Kirk is king. Shatner is the man.
And if you guys,
yeah, I like it.
Yeah, obviously Shatner. I do like Jean-Luc Picard as well. But Shatner's the king. James T. Kirk is the king. The original one, William Shatner. The charisma, nobody's ever matched that again. I mean, he really was intrinsic to that show. I mean, the charm of his and charisma of his character, would the show even have been successful without that? You know, he was the boss man on the set and on the camera. And yeah, I mean, it's obviously Shatner. Anything else is just blasphemy. And I'm not going to have it. I'll tell you that right now. So don't be writing in that anything else in the chat, because I'm just not going to tolerate it. Sorry, not in my chat. God damn it. Here's a guy, Croatian member of European Parliament. The WHO should be declared a terrorist organization. It is more dangerous for humanity than the WEF. Huh. Well, let's see. I'm guessing this probably isn't in English.
I would like shortly to wear people from upcoming danger for humanity. The World Health Organization wants all countries to sign an agreement on handing over the authority to declare a pandemic, procure vaccine and drugs. It will be healthier and safer for humanity to sign agreement with the Colombian drug cartel. They know all about drugs for sure. During the COVID pandemic, World Health Organization only told lies. It should be declared a terroristic organization. They lied. That is a new and known virus. That is possible to make an effective vaccine. That the vaccine is 82% effective. That it protects against serious illness and deaths. That all, of course, were foolish and lies. Today, World Health Organization is more dangerous for humanity than World Economic Forum. Thank you.
Yeah, nothing to argue with there. This is kind of funny. And you got to listen to the end. Attention, be aware of these two girls. They walk around on truck stop parking in different states and offer you know what. While you have a good time with the blonde, the brunette steals your money and valuables from your truck. They robbed me 7 times. I guess it gets lonely. 7 times. Wow. All right. This is just depressing. I just find this depressing. You know, what could bring a person to this pathetic, utterly pathetic state? Don't tell me that this isn't a cult, that this wokeness isn't a cult. I mean, look, what else could explain this? I mean, just shameful. I mean, beyond shameful, beyond embarrassing. Like a grown man being brought that low, that pathetic, being turned into such a sniveling, pathetic creature. It's genuinely sad and tragic. So sad. I think we got to go to the puppies for a moment, just as a palate cleanser. Let's see, what do we got next? Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. My favorite part is that Justin Trudeau didn't give that dog a vaginoplasty. When I say we tell that joke every time, I mean we tell that joke every time. Let's see. Fauci admits to Congress that certain COVID social distancing guidelines lacked scientific basis. No shit. Let's see. Liberal plus NDP voters in Canada have managed to turn the Canadian Crime Severity Index to pre-Harper levels. Harper was our last conservative prime minister for 10 years. And inflation is at 30-year highs. How's it feel to be responsible for setting the nation back socially and financially for 30 years? Well, Trudeau doesn't care. Neither do any of his island of misfit ministers. Let's see. Is freedom more important than safety? Yes. Well, I mean, it's the old saying, right? Like, you're going to trade your freedom for safety, you'll soon have neither, right? I mean, kind of obvious. Oh, this one. Life lessons. This is what happens when you're a dummy and when you have useless buddies that don't help you. Never pet a wild moose. I've never needed to be told this. Never needed to be told this even once.
Pet a wild moose. He even broke his leg.
Why would anybody be
Pet a
that
wild
fucking
moose.
stupid? Why would anybody be this stupid? I mean, it's a huge wild animal. He's lucky it didn't cave in his head. Like, why would you think you could just walk up to a giant wild animal in the wilderness and pet it? Like it's going to put its head in your lap. No, it's not. It's going to attack you because it's a giant wild animal that thinks you're a predator. So it's going to try and fucking kill you. I'm just saying it's kind of dumb. Jeannie, I want you to make all the fascists disappear. Your wish is my command. Poof. LOL. They don't realize, I guess the joke is they don't realize they're actually fascists themselves. I think that a lot of them like do realize that like they're awful and they are just terrible people. I think that's what it comes down to. I used to think that a lot of them were kind of misled and they just couldn't recognize, but no, I think a lot of them are just really bad fucking people. And they like that the chaos that they create, and they look forward to hurting people. If Star Trek Discovery were this is from Paul Chateau, who's got a very good channel. If Star Trek Discovery were the first ever Star Trek, if Star Trek Discovery were the first ever Star Trek, would there be conventions, people reproducing the bridge in their den, DVD anniversary sets, fondly remembered for 57 plus years? I voted no, because I've seen, the first couple episodes of Star Trek Discovery. So I said no, because it's awful. It's a fucking awful show. It's woke. It's terrible. Let's move on. Climate change destroyed in less than 60 seconds. So is this Schellenberg? I'm not sure. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think so.
You've all heard the news. Climate change is destroying your future. Carbon dioxide is accumulating in the atmosphere. Global warming is killing the Great Barrier Reef. But there's more to this story. Over the last decade, total global emissions declined. Deaths from natural disasters have diminished to a few hundred a year in the United States, even as the global population quadrupled over the last century. They've declined internationally by over 90%. The Great Barrier Reef recorded the highest amount of coral in 36 years, and maybe longer, because that's the amount of time that we've been studying and measuring. How come nobody is saying that? You've all heard the news. Climate change.
What? So that autistic Swedish girl is full of shit? How can that be possible? They're not going to stop trying, folks. They're not going to stop trying. We're just going to try and get through to the last of the things I've put aside in this bookmarks here. I don't know who Slavoj Zizek is. I've heard that name before. I just, off the top of my head, I can't remember. The horror of communism is not that bad people do bad things. It's that good people do horrible things thinking they are doing something great. Yeah, you don't have to interrogate the history of communism very long before you recognize this. I mean, we're talking about some of the greatest horrors in the history of mankind. So, there's that. Oh, yeah. What was this? This looks like one of these guys who's going to keep spinning forever. So we'll move on. Yeah, I did a video on this too. Let's just take a quick look.
But they don't want to hear it.
Right.
And there's, we couldn't have been any clearer.
Right.
We couldn't have been any more direct or worked any harder. So, yeah.
Well, when you give land to China and places like that.
Yeah, that's what you get.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, she spent 68 million so far, just on TV. Spent 68 million so far, 59 million by DeSantis, and we spent 12. I mean, who's punching above their weight and who's getting a return on their investment, And she's going to get smoked. And you and I both know it. She's not up to this.
And she's still 20 points behind Trump in New Hampshire, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he's still going to carry Iowa, right?
Yes. Oh, I talked to DeSantis called me, petrified that I would.
He's probably getting out of that.
So that was so that was Chris Christie caught on a hot mic there, saying that Nikki Haley's going to get smoked in the primary. None of this is anything that's surprising in the slightest. She spent 68 million just on TV in Ohio. I didn't know that. That's a lot of money to fail badly, I would say. But there's some people, powerful people apparently, who like her because I think that she is just as establishment as possible as you can get. It's Klaus Schwab. Made a video about this earlier this week too. He's very worried that the globalists are going to lose control. Let's hear.
You have this anti-system movement. What we are seeing is a revolution against the system. So fixing the present system is not enough. Now there is, of course, an anti-system, which is called libertarianism, which means to tear down everything which creates some kind of influence of government into private lives.
Well, if it tears down the WEF, the World Economic Forum's influence into private lives, I'm all for it then. What a creepy James Bond villain asshole this guy is. Again, it's stuff like this that makes me think we're living in a simulation. I mean, how could you even make this guy up? I mean, he's not like stroking a cat like while he's standing there, but he might as well be. All right. What do we got here? Locals in Brooklyn protesting after James Madison High School was closed to students so migrants could set up camp in the high school. Crazy. How does this... It's amazing. It just creeps up and it's, slow and fast. People don't think that they're going to be forcing them to take migrants into their homes. They're crazy. Why wouldn't they? I mean, they'll vote for them anyway, right? They could do that and they could hate it, right? And they would still vote for them anyway. So, I don't know. Why wouldn't they do it? 2020 Democrat riots all over the country. This is fine. January 6th, this is a coup. I don't think we need to relitigate all of that. I mean, it's just absurd. So Fetterman, I made fun of him when he was running. And I mean, just for obvious reasons, right? But he seems to be recovering and he seems to be making more sense. But we're not going to go over that. Let's keep going. Maybe we've got a couple of memes. There's this James Lindsay video of him chasing a migrant bus. We were going to watch this, but you know what? It's getting too late. See if there's any quick stuff we can go over. IQ matters in really trivial things. Motor vehicle fatalities from study of Australian veterans under 40. IQ and then death rate per 10,000. Well, 80 to 84 IQ, 146 deaths per 10,000. 85, 99, 92. As you can see, as the IQ goes up, the amount of people dying in vehicle fatalities goes down. That shouldn't really be that surprising. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised that IQ is an indicator of motor vehicle fatalities. Let's see. Did you ever hear about McNamara's? They called it McNamara's morons. So Robert McNamara, who was Secretary of Defense or something in the Vietnam War, high position there. They were trying to fill out the ranks, and so he did an experiment where he lowered the IQ requirement for recruits to very low. And it did not go well. They were not good soldiers. They were a danger to themselves and everybody around them. Anyway, it's interesting. There's a documentary about it. You can look it up. McNamara's morons. I think that's it, folks. Let's see. How about this one before we go? We put a tax on pollution, but it won't cost you anything. You will get more in rebates than you pay in tax. This will make it colder. Without going into detail, this is Canada. All right. I'm done. That's it for me tonight. Subscribe so you can see all my videos that I'm putting out about, I've upped my output of my regular videos, like my 5-minute videos that I put out, which are obviously not live. These are more, they actually take me a long time. I'm going to edit them. I do a lot of research. I was doing 4 or 5 a week, and now I'm doing, 9, 10, maybe up to like 12 a week of those before I do the live stream on Friday nights, 11:30 till I think at least 4 o'clock in the morning. So if you subscribe, you can check those out as well, which will be very fun for everybody. And you can, you'll see me when we do the live stream next week, if you want to hang out. Anyway, thanks everybody for showing up. Thanks everybody who got into the chat. That makes it a lot more fun for me when the chat is lively. And everybody have a great weekend. See you next time.